There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh. Andrea and Andreas!
Andreas! We have you here!
We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess. I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Baguette?
Burger.
Burger? It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's the
Because
easiest
it's
to
the best
memorize,
one.
and you still
It's actually very
mess up
complicated
theory.
at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories. Yeah.
Opa!
Yes! Merde, I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea,
Alright, we're crossing the river and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired.
That was fucking terrible, I'm never doing it again.
He couldn't get a gambit already, palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful!
And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The
Yay,
legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but station to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand machining.
Did you hear that?
Okay, this is too much. I'm out of it. I'm out. Which we're going to be seeing. One of the big pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some piggy pudding. Now give us some piggy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knights move?
Wait, help me, because
Another draw! I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of chess 24. Yeah!
our last game is over.
I know.
It's not going to be long.
El Manito!
I'm gonna climb it off.
Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through. Look, Alex, what else did you want? Where's the radar going through? Bonjour, Alamon. Bienvenue à Paris. Artist star.
What are you doing?
Yeah, what is this?
What is this?
There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh. Andrea and Andreas!
Andreas! We have you here!
We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess. I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Baguette?
Burger.
Burger? It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's the
Because
easiest
it's
to
the best
memorize,
one.
and you still
It's actually very
mess up
complicated
theory.
at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories.
Yeah.
Opa! Yes! Nerd! I understand that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea,
All right, we're crossing the river, and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired.
That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
He couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful.
And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The
Yay,
legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but they shed to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand, Michelle.
Did you hear that?
Which we're going to be seeing. One of the main pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some piggy pudding. Now give us some piggy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like,
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knight move?
Wait, help me, because they're telling me.
Another draw! I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of chess 24. Yeah!
I know.
Oh, me too!
I'm gonna climb it off.
Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through. Look, Alex, what else did you want? Bonjour, Alamon. Bienvenue à Paris. Yeah, already start.
What are you doing?
Yeah, what is this?
What is this?
There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh. Andrea and Andreas! Andreas! We have you here! We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess. I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confused the two things. Baguette?
Burger.
Burger? It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's the easiest
Because it's
to
the
memorize,
best one.
and you still
It's actually very
mess up
complicated
theory.
at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories.
Yeah.
Opa! Yes! Nerd! I understand that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea, molti che sono major.
All right, we're crossing the river, and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay, I'm tired.
That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
You couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful.
And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The
Yay,
legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but station to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand machining.
Did you hear that?
Okay, this is too much. I'm out of it.
Don't leave me.
Which we're going to be seeing. One of the main pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some piggy pudding. Now give us some piggy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The
Conversations
Botez
at
sisters are
once.
like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like,
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knights move?
Wait, help me, because
Another draw! I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of chess 24. Yeah!
I love getting over it.
I know.
It's not going to be long.
Me too!
I'm gonna climb it off.
Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through! Look, Alex, what else did you want? Where's the radar?
Hello, everyone. We have no cams and no boards. I got the boards from the previous round up because I didn't know what else to do. I have no information. I'm feeling very uninformed at the moment. What I can tell you is who we're playing against. Alexandra is playing a 20-year-old Russian international master. She is currently ranked number 36 in the world among the girls, women, as some call them. And she's pretty good. Andrea is playing a guy who's not an IM, but he's still pretty good, and he's having a good tournament. That's the thing about the games today, is that not only are they playing against players who are way higher rated than them, but they're playing against players who's had a good tournament. Leia has won like 7-8 rating points already. She's climbing the world rankings. She played 2 grandmasters already and made draws. So, you know, she might be in the running for... Well, I guess she can't be in the running for a norm if she faces Alexandra. But yeah, she's doing okay. And then there's this Daniel Bisbee from England. And he drew a Grandmaster, which is pretty good for a 2200. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough game for both of them. A tough round. Didn't you tell Alexandra to fix camera position? I thought I probably didn't need to, because we're supposed to be getting the undelayed clocks. But yeah, I have round 5. I don't have round 6. So we're not doing great on the getting the right clocks thing. Two games in a day is gonna cause some problems. Clearly, we're already 10 minutes delayed for this round. The games have not started yet, and it's 5 past 4. Sachdev is on 4 out of 5. I mean, Andrea was pretty close to being 4 out of 5 too. Just putting it out there. Andrea sent me a message after she had kind of digested her loss. And the only thing she really cared about is that she was so sad she wouldn't be able to play Ivanchuk. She was like, oh, I should have won this game to have the opportunity to play Ivanchuk. So, Chucky's got the respect. Andrea wanted the honor of losing to the man. Do you know any of the opponents? No. I've heard the name Daniel Bisbee before, but I definitely don't know him. Couldn't identify him in a crowd, in a lineup, anything like that. This Russian girl, she's quite good, but I pretty much haven't competed properly in 6 years, it feels like. So she kind of got good in a period where I didn't play a lot of chess tournaments. Hammer, I'm familiar with the coming generation of up-and-coming players. Yes, confirmed. I can confirm. I'm familiar with Andrea Botez, who seems to hold some promise. But other than that, my knowledge is lacking. Oh, God. Alexandra is running back to the hotel for some wire. That's not great. And her opponent just sat down at the board, making her first move. Uh-oh. Not optimal. It's a good workout, though. What are you gonna do? Hotel better be really close. Yeah, let's hope. The problem isn't so much the lost time as the pre-game cardio. Not sure that's gonna be advantageous. Still don't have access to the games. Alexandra is getting a ride, so she doesn't have to run. So that's nice. Wait, they're Canadian? I mean, they do say their boats a bit weird sometimes, but in most things they're very American. Botez. I can't do a Canadian accent. But I've definitely heard Alexandra slip up with her abodes. A boot. Andrea isn't facing Ivanchuk, no, and she's kind of sad about it. Apparently, she's refusing to show up for the game. As a result, 24-13 and late. Well, she wasn't late. It's just that she needed to get some additional equipment. Andrea, on the other hand, is late. We have no camera at all for her. What did she go to get? A charger. But she says she's getting a ride, so it'll be fine. Curious about what a typical chess tournament schedule looks like for a year. So I would say hobby players who want to play for the national team, they would play maybe like 35 games a year. And then when I was playing pro full time, I was doing like 100 maybe. Magnus plays like 100. Actually, Magnus plays more now, but he plays less in that 100 classical games. But now, since at the very top level, it's much more rapid these days. So now Magnus plays more like 50, 60 classical games, and then a lot of rapid games. Is it cheating if Alexandra does a last minute prep now that she knows the first move? Yes, Alex. I would say that's cheating. But some people speculate in that. They kind of hang out in their room, especially when the venue and the hotel is the same place. They hang out in their rooms to check what the first move is. We still don't have the game relay, which is my biggest concern. And I think Vila has fallen asleep. And I don't know who to talk to about getting the boards. So, yeah. Just your normal chess stream scuffed to oblivion. Do you hear about Anna Kelming's marathon game? Of course, I was following it. Because after that game finished, we got to know who the opponents are for the next round. I was furiously refreshing the tournament website. Anna was in some trouble, but she defended well. How long ago do they know who they're going up against? They got to know like 45 minutes before the game. But that is unusually, like, that's an unusual turnover because they're playing 2 games in a day. Normally, they get to know their opponent at like 10 p.m. and they're not playing again until 3 p.m. But because there were 2 games a day today, it's, yeah, unusually quick. Less time to prepare. Are you still able to do personalized prep then? No, not really. So we just discussed what Leia's normal opening is against the French. And then we talked about how she had her Alexandra spent almost 2 hours analyzing with Vasily Ivanchuk the other day after her big win in round one, I guess it was. So Alexandra has been working on her French, the chess opening, with Vasily Ivanchuk, except for when he needed to eat his soup. Seems like Andrea kind of fixed it. The problem wasn't really on my end. Oh, wow! Andrea placed the Jabava! Knight to c3. What a shocker! It's gotta be nice to just play the same thing over and over and over. I would be scared about my predictability, but Andrea just doesn't care. Honey Badger don't care, or in this case, Gremlin. Move the Coinbase logo? I mean... But then Alexandra is going to be upset with me. We really should ask them to... Oh god, that's terrible. We should ask the organizers to have gray or black... Oh good god, what's it called? Things on the boards? Tablecloth. Thank you. Where's Alexandra? She ran back to the hotel to get a charger for her camera. But she's getting a ride from someone, so she'll be back. What are your top 3 openings? Berlin Endgame. I am an expert. And I do quite a lot of Caro-Cans. Last time I played, which was the previous weekend, I played 3 Caro-Cans, 2 with white and 1 with black. And I scored pretty well. I won my white games and drew my black game. So I would say Caro-Can is a pretty good opening for me. And then Queen's Gambit declined. Queen's Gambit declined. I'm a fairly big expert in. Bishop f4 on the board? Sure. I mean, I could have just put it in at the start of the game. Everyone knew that was going to happen. Daniel has played g6, which is what I was recommending Alexandra to play when she was trying to qualify for the Canadian Olympiad team last time around. But I don't think Andrea has too much experience facing this. So we'll see how she deals with it. If Alexandra somehow wins this game, can she still get a norm? Yeah. There was a guy showcasing some rules that you could some special rule if you got a buy during the tournament and it wasn't your fault, you can still get the norm. Is it okay to play before the opponent is there? What do you want her to do, Scarlett? Do you want Leia to have her time running down as a courtesy to Alexandra not being there? It doesn't work that way. Leia is completely within her right to make her move and start her opponent's clock when the organizer says you may begin your games. The thing about streaming your tournament IRL, it's always gonna be a challenge. You're always gonna be at a disadvantage as a streamer. Well, most of the time, because you're spending more time thinking about content, getting the camera ready. When you're choosing to stream your tournament, you know you're not going to be able to play your best. I had a discussion with Anna Kemling about this, where I tried to tell her that you need to be like a 2300 level player in order to play at 2200 with the kind of the setback you're giving yourself by doing all this content creation while trying to focus on your tournament. Of course, you're not going to be able to play your best under those circumstances, but that just means you gotta improve your level even more, so that you're able to play at a good level. When doing content at the same time. So you're saying since Andrea is performing at a 2000 level, she's actually a 2100 after all? I'm kind of saying that, Nades, and I'm not even kidding. Although I will say that Andrea, she hasn't been on time for any games this tournament. So her attitude towards the extra effort content demands has been pretty relaxed, which is probably helping her out. Bishop G7 and Andrea went H4. This is interesting. This is in the Alexandra files, because Alexandra sometimes plays this as black. And then I decided that it's important here to play the move H5. Because pushing this pawn further up the board is genuinely dangerous. Like, if black now castles, then pawn to h5 is a really good move for white. And if there's a capture and takes and takes and takes, then this attack against the black king is super dangerous. Oh, actually, Andrea played this in the final round of Prague. I just didn't do commentary that day, so I didn't remember it immediately. Yeah, Andrea had this final day of the Prague tournament against the Norwegian kid. Okay, Alexandra is back. And thank God we have boards. Let me go here and fix the boards. Okay, Alexandra is back. Is she gonna calm down after having had that 15-minute travel to get to the... Oh, and her opponent is playing the McCutcheon. D5, French opening from Alexandra like she always does. Knight to C3. This is Leia's move. She plays it every single time she has this position. And after knight to F6, Leia sometimes plays E5 and sometimes plays bishop to G5. And so it was difficult to know which one of these she would choose for today. But she does go bishop to G5, which is the same opening Alexandra had in round 1 when she beat an IM. So that's exciting. Alexandra goes bishop to b4. This is known as the McCutcheon. This is the opening that she spent a lot of time discussing with Vasily Ivanchuk after her big first round win. Leia goes e5, threatening the knight. The knight cannot move due to the bishop pointing down towards the queen. The only way to deal with this is attacking the bishop, and the bishop retreats. But the last two times Alexandra played this opening, her opponents played a bishop to d2, forcing the trade, and then after knight to e4, they went bishop to c1. This is what Alexandra has been facing both in Prague and earlier in this Reykjavik tournament. But Leia, she instead plays bishop to c1, allowing the black knight to jump into the e4 square immediately. And actually, computer initially likes this for black. At the very least, it's going to be an interesting fight. And Alexandra has shown that her ability to play these complicated French McCutcheon openings has been very, very good. She was almost winning her game in Prague. She just kind of wasted it at the end. And she did beat the international master earlier in this Reykjavik tournament. So, yeah. I'm feeling good about this. I think this opening suits Alexandra, and she's very confident about it because she has good results in the past. Knight to e4 has been played. Alexandra's opponent is just 19. Yeah. She's pretty young and she's pretty talented. She's on the live rating list. She's number 36 among the best women. Okay, queen to g4. The queen points down against the black pawn on g7. This is quite a classic theme within the French to go after this pressure. And the normal way of dealing with this is surprisingly to move your king one step to the side. And the reason for that is that if you castle, you put your king on the same file as the queen, and then you allow white to come with the bishop, capture a pawn, threaten checkmate, and you can't take the bishop because of the threat down on your king. So that's just not going to be viable. You can play your pawn one step forward, but then you're concerned that your weakening of, in particular, this f6 square is going to be an issue later on. So Alexandra instead does play this classic king to f8, which is the computer's recommended move. And then Leia goes knight to e2. And she seems pretty well prepared. So I'm a bit nervous about her preparation, but preparation or not, these kind of positions have really suited Alexandra in the past. So even if she doesn't know all the details, I'm hoping she can figure it out long term. Especially considering that Alexandra had that work session with Vasily Ivanchuk. Maybe she's going to use some of the Ivanchuk ideas to take down Gary Fulina. How much will they check on each other's games? Will it be a distraction? They've been sitting next to each other this entire tournament. And frankly, they have not been spending a lot of time looking at each other's game. In fact, I've actually said on multiple occasions that I feel like the girls are spending too much time on the board and not enough time walking around. But if that's what they're comfortable with, then, you know, why would they change it, I suppose? But I definitely don't feel like they're distracted by watching the other's game. Is the board alive? There's something wrong with my board, and I'm not sure what it is. But I'm having to manually refresh chess.com in order to get the moves in. And I don't understand why that is. I don't know if that's a problem on my end or on chess.com's end. But every time I do the refresh, the clocks and the board should be correct. Daniel castled? Did he really? Oh wow! Andrea's opponent already made a mistake, allowing Andrea to create a very dangerous attack on the king side. That's big. Alexandra goes pawn to c5, which is the classic way of playing these positions. You just put pressure in towards the center. Sensible play so far. Well, what could he do to stop her? The recommended way of playing for black is to go pawn to h5. And whenever your opponent wants to move their pawn further forward, if you put one of your pawns in their pawn's path, that is just a very nice way of saying, no, you're not getting any further here. But by castling, he prioritizes development, but allows some nastiness. And I don't know why Andrea is thinking, because I swear she had this same situation in Prague, no? Am I misremembering this? Rook sack possible? Yes, Tommy. So if knight takes pawn, then you sacrifice the rook for the knight, and you get your queen up into the attack. You're attacking in towards the pawn in the center, and if your opponent defends there, then you bring the bishop out to attack for an immediate checkmate. And if they block that, you go knight f3, and suddenly you have all these juicy squares for your pieces. And your opponent may try to kick your queen out, but that's fine, because you're going to bring another rook over here, and then your knight is going to come in, and maybe this knight moves over, and this is actually a really, really dangerous attack for white. So, yeah, it's actually castles like Daniel just did is considered a mistake. And Andrea can try to capitalize on that by playing pawn to h5 now. Leia is absolutely prepared. Yeah, she kind of looks like it, no? I'm super annoyed my board is requiring refreshes though. I like Alexandra's move here though. After a6, not going for the immediate trade of the knight, but instead moving the bishop back. I like this decision. Because now if it keeps the tension in towards the center. And the only acceptable move now for white is to capture this pawn, which she did. And now Alexandra captures on c3. I assume she takes back with the knight. Well, she kind of has to. And then Alexandra will take back. I mean, my first instinct is that this feels like it should be okay for black somehow, since white has the tripled pawns. But on the other hand, white is up a pawn, and white also has the bishop pair, and the black king cannot castle. So there's definitely quite a few disadvantages to black's play as well. My first instinct is to go to pawn to b6. Because I want to try and get my bishop out to get the trade of bishops to take out white's bishop pair. But the computer basically says that this b6 move is not very good. You could also go a bit queen c7, then you're attacking two pawns at once. And if the opponent tries to protect both pawns, then you can move your knight out and you attack the queen and the pawn. Yeah, that makes more sense. In fact, queen to c7 just wins back the pawn, because there's no way for white to keep both of these protected. Okay, so I guess this is what's going to happen. This is the current position on the board. Andrea still hasn't played h5. Okay, this time I'm going to pay attention to chat after I ask you guys a question, but pawn to h5, is that not exactly what she played in the last round of Prague? Why is h5 so good? Because after knight takes h5, white can make a good sacrifice. And if knight does not capture on h5, then Andrea will be able to trade with the black pawn and open up for her rook against the black king. So essentially, Andrea just wants to get rid of her own pawn so that she can attack the king and get her rook involved in the attack. So much for that charger. Oh, God. That was 15 wasted minutes. The tournament is happening on a volcano. Could be worse. I suppose you're right. At least everyone's alive for the time being. Are the tournaments happy to assist streamers, or are they more annoyed by them? Reykjavik actively encourages streamers to participate, and they're trying to facilitate it as best they can. So, and also in Prague, I'm pretty sure the organizers really wanted to have Alexandra and Andrea there. And they were doing some kind of a shooting with the stars of the top group and like getting complimentary hotel or something. So I would say that the tournament people are definitely seeing the value of having Alexandra and Andrea there. Andrea lost her first game this morning. You said h5 was a good move for black? Yeah, to try and stop this white pawn from advancing. Is Bobby Fischer's grave nearby or well outside the city? Bobby Fischer's grave is at Selfoss, which is, I think, the second biggest city on Iceland. But it's like, I think it's like a 2-3 hour drive from Reykjavik. What do you think is the minimum rating on chess.com to participate in a tournament? There is no minimum. You're very welcome to play if you want to play and, you know, pay the fees. But if you're like asking for the minimum rating you should need before you avoid losing every single game, I would say maybe, I don't know, like 1,000 chess.com rapid, something like that. But I'm saying chess.com rapid. 1,000 blitz is quite a decent rating. So you have to, chess.com blitz and chess.com rapid are two very different ratings. When the number of players is odd, is one player not paired? Yeah. So odd number of players means that someone has to get a bye every single game. You're telling me with my 1,300 blitz I can go win tournaments? I'm not saying you're going to win tournaments. I'm just saying you're not going to lose every single game. Okay, Alexandra played knight to d7. So she wants to attack both the pawns. But she also doesn't want to use the queen. Because she'd rather improve the positioning of her knight. So far, I'm with her. That makes sense. Computer likes queen d4, but then after queen c7, you attack both the pawns once again. And this looks like black will be able to get the pawn back. Makes sense to me. Computer likes white's position, but Alexandra is definitely getting her pawn back. One of these pawns are gonna be captured in the next 3 moves. Andrea has played h5. It took her some time. And right now we're gonna talk about a phenomenon in chess that's called trickery and deceiving your opponent. I don't think that's what Andrea did right here. But I know a lot of people who say that when you're in your preparation, you should pretend like you're not, and you should spend quite a bit of time thinking about your move. Even though you know precisely what you want to do, you think about it so that your opponent thinks, oh, no, this person has no idea what they're doing. They're definitely not in prep. And then they go for the complicated variation and boom. You say, aha, I caught you. And that's kind of what happened with Andrea right now. Andrea spent, let me update this board. Andrea spent 11 minutes and 46 seconds playing this h5 move, which she already played in the last round of the Prague tournament. So she definitely knows that this move is good. But she still spent almost 12 minutes on it, which is making me think, maybe she's trying to make her opponent think that she doesn't know what she's doing, and that maybe that will make the opponent more inclined to try and accept this pawn sacrifice. I don't know if it's gonna work, but it could. So, yeah. Okay, he didn't take. He went c5. That's unfortunate. And c5 is also the move Andrea's opponent in Prague played, right? So, in theory, Andrea should be well versed in what she should do next, if she has done post-game analysis and studied her games to figure out which mistakes she made and how to improve upon them should this ever happen again. I mean, surely she wouldn't go to Berlin and go clubbing every day instead of preparing her chess openings. That wouldn't be a serious chess player thing to do. She'd never. Why not both? Yeah, both. Where's Alexandra's camera? About that. Alexandra lost 15 minutes on her clock. She was there at the start of the game. But then she was missing some kind of a cable. And she went to her hotel to find a charger. And then she lost 15 minutes on her clock because she went to get the charger. And now we have no camera. So I don't know if this is a thing. Is this a thing in the US? It's definitely a thing in Norway. We're approaching Easter. And for Easter, the tradition is to have lots of like Easter mysteries. It's like the festive period of crime solving and Easter riddles and Easter detective riddles and stuff like that. So how about in the spirit of the upcoming Easter time, you guys use your deductive powers and try to guess what happened with Alexandra's camera, now that you have the information you do. Mysteries about how rabbits lay eggs. Yeah, no, we don't do that. Yeah, we don't do like Easter hunts. Is that like a US thing, or is that a like English speaking world thing? Do we have any English people in chat? Also a thing in Germany, the Easter egg hunt? Okay, yeah, we don't do that in Norway. What we do in Norway, though, is that we have like a big Easter egg and then we fill it with candy. But we don't have to do any searching for it. That's Halloween? Well, in Norway, it's Easter. Do you also put it under the bed? No. Hunting in Holland as well. Wow. So apparently Norway is the only place where we don't hunt for Easter eggs. Now I'm kind of disappointed. That sounds like fun. Easter egg hunt is the best thing in the world, especially the eating. So what do you have in your Easter eggs? Do you have like candy? Because like we do candy and Easter eggs. It's just that the Easter eggs we make are like this big. Chocolate. Money? Really? You put money in your Easter eggs? That's very American of you. All about the Benjamins. Kids love finding money. Let me tell you what kids love more than finding money. Finding candy. Okay, we've made a trade. Andrea took on G6. And her opponent took back with the H-pawn. That's interesting. Because Andrea's opponent in Prague, he took with the other pawn, right? And apparently taking with the H-pawn is worse. It's very interesting, in my best Kramnik voice, to have this rook pointing down so close to the black king. But one mistake that Andrea needs to avoid now is playing bishop h6. She needs to have her queen in support if she's going to make the bishop trade. Because right here, bishop h6, you just capture, take back, king up, attacks the rook has to go. And then like, as black, you could even go like rook h8. And like, there's never going to be a problem down here when black already has their rook pointing down. So one classic mistake Andrea needs to avoid is just going bishop h6. You're going to want to have something like queen up to d2, hope that black makes the trade, and then you go bishop h6. Because then after the trade, you can get your queen in, and that's a different story entirely. So, yeah, queen d2 here feels like a good move. She loves getting rid of that bishop. I know she does. But now is not the time. Don't do it immediately. Focus instead on developing pieces and getting ready to castle. If I was telling Alexandra this, I would just laugh at myself. But we do have some hope for Andrea still. Actually, after queen d2, knight c6, there could be like interesting moves like f3. And then if black, I don't know, plays queen up or something, then you can go g4 and you can move the queen over along the second rank to get the queen pointing down towards the black king. So I'm really liking queen d2. Queen d2 feels like the best way of trying to get your queen over here. You could play queen f3. It's a bit convoluted, but like any kind of strat to get your queen over here is going to be very dangerous for black. Like it's very low tech, but something like this. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. I messed out the layout. But anyway, just getting the queen over to the H file is going to be very scary for the black king. Wow, she just captures. That's a greedy little gremlin. She just took the pawn. Okay, queen a5 seems very automatic now. Well, you have to go queen a5, right? Because you want to have this pressure, but also you want to take back the pawn. And then she's going to go queen d2. Queen takes. And now f3. And you try to go g4 and you move the queen over. Computer kind of likes Andreas' way of playing this. Because now black needs to spend some time just getting that pawn back. And while black is busy getting the pawn back, we can develop and get our pieces out and all of that good stuff. Okay, so let's check in with Alexandra. We don't have her camera, but we do have the moves. Wow, after knight to d2, Leia played f4 question mark. I'm telling you guys, every time Alexandra plays the McCutcheon, it's like the computer always hates her position, but she ends up getting these incredible results time and time and time again. Alexandra played queen a5, trying to target this c3 pawn. Leia keeps that one protected, but then queen a4, very interesting move, targeting the pawn on c2, and if white goes bishop d3, then we can go knight takes c5, and we're threatening to take the bishop next, which is probably going to be quite good for us. We might also actually try to jump into this square, having the queen protecting from the side as well. And for that reason, computer is saying bishop to d3 is just not a viable option for white at this time. Suggesting instead queen f3 or pawn to c3. Both of which look kind of weird, if you ask me. So it doesn't feel like a human thing to do. And if she goes queen d1, which can be typical in these kind of positions, now Alexandra can just take with a knight, because now she managed to get white on the defensive. And if Alexandra can get a position like this, where she goes for the trade of the light squared bishops, she could easily get a good advantage here long term. Because her pawn structure, white's pawn structure, is absolutely horrendous. And look at the time as well. Alexandra has actually caught up with her opponent on time. She gave herself a 15-minute disadvantage, going back to the hotel, trying to find some charger cables, which, based on the number of camera angles we have on that game, clearly didn't work. But she's putting her opponent under pressure. What about f5 at some point for white? Yeah, that's definitely something we have to be afraid of, especially when there's a white rook pointing down on the black king. We got to be careful about a pawn push to try and eliminate this pawn so that the rook may point down on the black king. So maybe at some point black should play g6 to avoid the further advance here. But Alexandra is she's putting up a good fight, and she's causing her opponent some problems now, which is making her spend some time. How much do you want to bet that this idea, putting the queen on a4, is something she discussed with Ivanchuk? I'm like 100% sure this is going to be because they discussed similar ideas. Knight takes e5 is threatened. Ooh, nice spot. I didn't even notice that. Ah. So bishop d3, I mean, that definitely doesn't work because, okay, you can take this pawn and go after the bishop, but you're actually also threatening knight takes e5, and the knight cannot be captured because then it opens up between the two queens. That's very clever. Yeah, so white just doesn't have a way of protecting this pawn. I think in one way that's actually bad news, ironically. Because that means Leia is more likely to find the correct move pawn to c4. And we have the camera back. Let's go. Okay, I'm seeing moves being written down on Andrea's board. Knight to c6 seems to have been the move. And then knight to f3 and queen to a5. And with this queen pointing down, actually I don't like this knight to f3 move. Now that I think about it, why did we do this? I was really happy with the plan where we wanted to go along the second rank to get our queen over here. But now by moving the knight to f3, we're losing out on the possibility of playing these pawns up and getting the queen over. Why could we not just play queen d2? Yeah, no, knight to f3 was a mistake. Because you lose out on this very nice maneuver, getting the queen over to the king side. I'm pretty confident I'm right about this. Okay, anyway, knight f3 was played. Queen over to a5. And I assume we play queen d2. Queen d2, queen takes pawn, castles. I guess something like this is going to happen. And it's just a complicated position where both players have gone separate ways with their king. And, well, it's anyone's game. Hammer, do you think they should continue playing tournaments? I mean, I don't think should. Oh, God. Out of nowhere, Alexandra's move got a question mark. That's harsh. Whether they should or not, should is just a... It depends on what your goal is, right? I can say whether you should do something or not do something based on what you're trying to achieve. I think that if they're having a good time, they should continue playing tournaments. But if the stress of all the, having stuff for stream, doing content, doing interviews with other players, if that's kind of getting in the way of the enjoyment and you're not getting enough sleep during the night and you're losing and you don't feel good because you're losing, then probably you shouldn't play tournaments or more tournaments. But right now, both girls are winning. And Alexandra has said it would be very cool to play the Chess Olympiad with Andrea. So right now, if they are pursuing their goal of playing the Chess Olympiad together, which is basically the world championship, team world championship in chess, the Chess Olympiad. And it's also one of the biggest gatherings. I'm just going to put it out there because it is one of the reasons that a lot of people enjoy the tournament, but it's quite a social event as well, because it's one of the few events that has approximately equal amounts girls and boys, because most countries play with a women's team and a men's team. So for many, it's one of the big highlights of the season. What did you get up to then, Hammer? I'm just saying, more girls in chess is good for everyone. It's good for girls feeling, included and having friends and whatnot. And there are studies to suggest that guys also appreciate a healthy balance of the genders. Refresh Alexandra's board. Oh, stuff is happening. I really hate that I need to refresh. C4 was played and got a green star. And Alexandra, pretty much without thinking, plays queen takes c2. I feel like this is one of those complicated positions where you might need to take a moment. But actually, computer says that black is just in massive trouble here. I don't understand that though. Queen takes c2. Why is this such a disaster? So pawn takes pawn, that makes a lot of sense to me. And I agree that if recaptures and then check and try and go for the queen trade, this looks a lot better for white with the bishops. But what if we try to activate our knight instead? Doesn't this look kind of interesting? The queen has to go back into defense. And then pawn to b6 opens up for the bishop to try and attack the queen. I don't know, this looks kind of good for black. I mean, it's very scary for white having that king in the center without having really done anything to get it away. And like there are sensible moves like bishop to b4, trying to offer the queen trade so that you don't have to be as scared about the king situation. But then after takes, even though my impression here initially is that this should be good for white, computer says that the clever move pawn to g5 is equal. Basically, you get a square for the king, you escape over here, you get your bishop here, you trade these two. And black should be okay going into the endgame. Something like this seems reasonably likely to happen. Alexandra just doesn't think for her moves, does she? C takes d5 was played, and she played queen e4 check. Yeah, I don't like this check. This seems like it's helping white get the king safe. Because now white will be able to try and get a queen trade. Okay, so queen back. I guess you go queen takes here. Oh no. Oh, there's these kind of problems as well. Yeah. This whole concept was very interesting. But queen e4 was definitely not it. If you're going to play this way, you need to prioritize your development and make problems for white in that way. Takes. If bishop here, then then you can even go a5 because this one's protected. Yeah, she needed to play knight takes c5. Queen e4, and then just trying to get the queen trade should be good for white. I don't know why she's playing so quickly. Her rook king situation is tough. It's not super. But like it's a disadvantage for sure, but she has other advantages in return. So it becomes a pro and con kind of situation. The idea with pawn to g5 to get the king out and then the rook in was quite clever from the computer. So queen back takes, bishop here. What about b6? Because if takes, then you can get your bishop out here. Yeah, this is okay for black. But apparently rook d1. Ugh. Yeah, I was thinking queen back, but then the rook comes in. And the pawn comes up. And yeah. This is a bit nasty. Definitely would have been better to castle, but Alexandra don't castle. That's just the way of life. Queen e2 is on the board. Is Leia an IM? Yeah. Right now on the live rating list, she's number 36 in the world among the women. Black is breaking the rules of chess in her opening. She definitely did move her queen more than what is normally advised to do. But it wasn't outrageous what she did. It was quite interesting. Because white had broken some rules as well. But it was the kind of position that demanded very precise play. And, well, you can see the computer evaluation to understand that something went wrong here. But I don't think it was, I think it was here, knight takes c5. I think this was good for her. At the very least, super interesting. So I don't think she went wrong until queen e4 check. That was kind of the big mistake. And now if the queen trade happens, like, sure, black is not going to be down a pawn, but white is going to have a massive initiative and the bishop pair, and then we're going to start talking about these pieces that haven't really gotten into the game. So Alexandra avoids the queen trade, and now bishop e3. You can see Leia, she's already ready to make her move. She knows exactly what she wants to do. Bishop e3 protects this pawn and gets ready for the rook to come in and push the queen around. And Alexandra is really struggling getting these pieces into the game. Okay, yeah, let's check in on Andrea. Okay, in her game, what we said was going to happen did happen. I'm assuming she's going to castle now. And it's a complicated game where the computer slightly prefers black. But the computer's being a bit... It's not working right now, unfortunately. This is not the computer saying the position is equal. It's the computer not working at all. Hammer typing furiously. I'm not typing furiously. It's just that my microphone is kind of pointing towards the keyboard. Please fix the live board. I have to refresh always. Shahab, that's literally what I wrote. Actually, good guess. Why is pushing E4 not a good move? Because Andrea is controlling the E4 square with one piece, and her opponent has two pieces controlling in return. Ooh, but you're saying that if pawn takes, then bishop h6, and if the trade happens, then the queen comes up for a checkmate? Ah, maybe. Yeah, but apparently now engine started working again, and that was a bit unfortunate. We could have been living in a fantasy world here if not for the computer eval coming in to take away all hope. Rook d8 attacks the queen, and if the queen moves up, the knight to h5 blocks the rook. If the queen moves back, well, now we can start capturing stuff, because even if the trade happens, we're not going to be able to get our queen into the attack. Yeah, no. Yeah, we kind of needed to get our queen over here, I think. We can't rely on a pawn sacrifice in the center and then think that we're going to be able to execute the trade just the way we need it to happen. Computer is no fun. It really isn't. The computer will kill all your ideas, and it's not even going to be sorry about it. Computer kind of ruined chess, not gonna lie. I don't think that's true. But I do think the amount of people who underestimate how difficult chess is has increased with the computer evaluations and the computer use and stuff like that. I think chess is in a pretty solid state, to be honest, but I do sometimes get annoyed with people saying, "Oh, that's easy," when two of the best players in the world, if both of them mess up, then probably it wasn't easy. So we got some armchair generals who's underestimating the difficulty of chess as a result of the computers becoming just so strong. Two chess players that could make me sleepy are Rosen and you. That's the kind of comment that really should have the "I mean this in a good way" disclaimer. I understand that you mean it in a good way because you mentioned me together with Rosen, which, of course, obviously anyone who knows anything will take a Rosen comparison as a good thing. But, yeah. Queen takes c5 on the board. Yeah, sorry. We were analyzing and we forgot to go all the way back. Okay, I mean, I'm not feeling super vibey right now, admittedly. But it has to be said, both girls facing opponents rated 420 points above themselves, maybe even more. This was always going to be a very tough round. But somehow, regardless how good the opposition is, I always get just a little bit kind of whenever we have bad positions on the board. Alexandra is apparently dead lost according to the engines. She's not down a pawn or anything, and her opponent is nowhere close to getting castled. It's just that Alexandra is really struggling getting her pieces into the game. And yeah, her king is in trouble. Interestingly, actually, if we switched the positioning of the king and the rook, then I think black would be doing just fine here. Maybe even black would be better. No, actually, yeah. If we switch the positioning between the king and the rook, black would be better. So, we're not that far away from a good circumstance. It's just that you can't magically switch places between your pieces. So let me illustrate that I'm right. If we get to this situation here with black to move and the rook and king switched positions, then black would be much better. So yeah. Obviously, like, if your king was not in trouble, then of course you would be in a better spot. I don't know what my point was with this, but at least to illustrate that if Alexandra didn't have the problems she has with her king, she would be okay. But of course, Leia is relying the way she's played has been entirely dependent on trying to punish black's king position and opening up the board so that the king's weakness is better exposed. So I'm reminded of this British morning show where the chef, one of the hosts, says something like, "Oh, if you added something to this, it would be more like a different dish." And the chef responds, If my mother had wheels, she'd be a bicycles," or something like that. And I'm kind of reminded of that here because if Alexandra's king was not in, if my grandmother, oh, not a mother, sorry, one of my favorite clips ever. It's pretty funny. But here, in this case, I feel like Holly Willoughby, in that I'm saying something really dumb. If the positioning of the rook and king had been switched around, then Alexandra would have the advantage. But they're not switched around. It's like it is for a reason, and it's why Leia has played the way she did. And that's why Alexandra is in such big trouble right now. But why is Andrea so lost now? So I don't like Andrea's position either. And the reason for that is essentially just her control in the center. And I know I've mentioned this before, but I just don't see how we talk about this situation on the board without addressing the fact that Andrea has put her knight in front of her pawn And as a consequence, black has a 2 versus 1 in the center. And this white pawn is unable to inflict pressure on the black central pawn. And that's giving black quite a good position. So yeah, I'm not feeling great about Andrea's game either. Yeah, the eval is wrong. The engine is being very buggy. I don't know how to fix that. Let me do this. Yeah, here the eval is more correct. But it's still favoring black, which is a problem. Where's Leia's c5 pawn? Probably very well hidden behind the black queen. What about b7 to b6? Yeah, that would be a great move for Alexandra if the trade happened. If the trade happens, then black is fine. But unfortunately, white has the option here to use the rook, attack the queen. And when the queen retreats, then just the white queen can follow and you create a lot of attacking chances towards the black pieces. It's just not a great position to be in, unfortunately. Why not queen e4? Queen e4, actually king f2. Very nice move. Just getting the king out of the queen's path while simultaneously keeping the bishop protected. And now if the knight moves, the rook is going to come in behind. And if the knight doesn't move, then the knight will just be captured with both the queen and the rook pointing in towards it. So, yeah. Just a problematic position, unfortunately. Can you uncastle Andrea? I'm afraid that if I do that, the engine is going to stop working again. And also, surely Andrea is going to castle, right? What other move could she make here? I don't really see what choice. I guess she could go knight a4. And that would actually force a queen trade. Because there's nowhere this queen can go without accepting a trade of queens. So knight a4, queen to b4. Trade, trade. Yeah, but now the problem is the attack against c2 is actually quite annoying. And if you try to go castle, then there's a free pawn over here. So this doesn't feel entirely right, but it's also kind of sad for Andrea, having spent so much time trying to open up for her rook against the black king. It then becomes a bit depressing if you're then spending time moving your knight out to the edge of the board in order to be able to trade queens. That's very much admitting that your position kind of sucks. What chess engine do you use to analyze games? Right now, I'm just using the one that pops up on chess.com. Stockfish 11 Light. HCE. I don't know what that is. When I analyzed for prep, I used the latest version of Stockfish. I don't remember the number. 16.1. Do you like Stockfish the food? No. It's a bit too salty. Norway basically, like, Norway exports a ridiculous amount of fish. But we don't really eat that much ourselves. Like, we're a big fishery nation, but as far as eating the fish, we're not experts in any way. Lutefisk enjoyer? No. But lutefisk is ridiculous. Like, having fish that's marinated in soap, it makes no sense. My dad has like some buddies who they have a lutefisk dinner every sort of December, and you basically have to be 60 years old in order to think that's a good idea. The new generation does not eat lutefisk. You call yourself the new generation? I mean, at least I'm a newer generation than my parents. But watching Andrea makes me realize that I'm not the newest generation. What are the chess pieces called in German? It's the same as German. In Norwegian. You asked what are they called in Norwegian, and I'm gonna reply it's the same as in German, essentially, just with some translations of the words. So the bishop is a runner. The king is a king. The queen is a queen. The knights are instead jumpers, which kind of makes sense when you think about it. And then the rooks are towers, and the pawns are peasants or farmers. I'm not sure what the difference between those two words are. Andrea made a move. Yeah, she did. Knight a4. She goes for the queen trade, which is admitting your position is horrible, but also probably that was the best move. So, good news, bad news situation. Getting the queen trade, but admitting that that means you have absolutely no attack. And then the depression of that actually being your best move. What are we gonna do? Is Alexandra struggling? Let's just say that if she wanted to spend this much time thinking, we would have preferred if she did it in an earlier moment in the game. Her game was ridiculously complicated, and she played it like it was a blitz game. And then when you play an international master like that, they kind of punish you for it. A lot of people in this tournament would be stressed out by Alexandra's pace, but her opponent just played all the good moves. Okay, queen to b4. The queens are traded off. And now I suspect Andrea is about to disrespect the bishops. But what are we going to do? I'm not there to prevent it. Queenside castlings? No, we can't do queenside castling for Andrea. Because even though we protect this pawn, we also leave the protection of this one. So then we just lose a pawn for no good reason. So, the best move is to go knight d4. But, like, Kramnik is going to demand to study your games if you go knight to d4. Because it feels very suspicious to voluntarily put your pieces in a situation where they may be forked pretty soon. So this just, it feels completely wrong. It feels like a disaster. But it is the best move. So if she finds it, good for her. But she's not going to find it. She's going to play bishop d3. She's going to disrespect her bishops. She voluntarily played her knight out on the edge of the board. Why did she do that? Well, because she wanted to move her c-pawn up. Why didn't she move her c-pawn up on move 2? It's a work in progress. We're trying to wear her down for her to realize that having pawns influencing the center is a good thing. But here, yeah, she's gonna be down the bishop pair, but honestly, it might not be such a bad thing for her. Because she can move her bishop here into the middle. And the fact that Andrea hasn't castled is actually working out in her favor here. Because she gets to have the king in the middle of the board, and once the queens have been traded off, having the king in the center is actually an advantage. So it could work out for her. There goes the bishop dead. Yeah, the weirdest thing about this is that the computer feels pretty firmly that taking the bishop is a mistake, which is amazing to me, but what are you going to do? Will Andrea ever stop playing the London? I don't see that happening, no. I think she's going to be a 70-year-old grandma telling her grandkids about the greatest opening in chess. We're going to have several generations of Botez playing the London. You could teach her Vienna. Well, Vienna only works like in one first move response from black. It's just The Jabava London, she can play no matter what black does. She's going to get a pretty familiar situation, which is why she's such a fan of it. But yeah. There are some issues with not having central control also. And black can try to highlight that in this game. The recommended move here is knight to e4. And like, had we pushed this pawn up and traded with the black pawn, then this black knight wouldn't have access to such a nice square in the middle of the board. But c'est la vie. Why is Andrea's clock so much lower than her opponent? Mostly it's because she's spending a lot of time thinking. But it's partially also because there's a problem with the relay and I have to manually refresh every once in a while. So it's going to be a bit better once I refresh the board. Oh god, it wasn't much better, was it? A little better. Same with Alexandra. We can refresh the board. Her clock is going to be a little better. Right now it's 38:40. If we refresh the board, oh god, it's 38:40. Okay, that didn't help at all. Yeah, we're struggling. On the board, on the clock. No good news to be found anywhere. Do you think Andrea could get a title? Of course she could. What are you talking about? When you're Canadian, it's so easy to get a title. Like, to get a title in Canada, you just have to score like 50% in the national championship and you get a title. And it's because Canada is its own zone within the World Chess Federation zonal system. And it is a ridiculous system. We should only be giving like continental championships these special privileges. But for instance, Canada has this thing where because Canada is its own zone within the World Chess Federation, they always get a minimum of one player in the Chess World Cup. Because like each zone gets a minimum of one player. So if you go and watch the previous editions of the Chess World Cup, you will see that every other year the lowest rated player is gonna be Canadian. Because like they get this special privilege. In Europe, there's like 80 grandmasters above 2600 rating fighting for 20 spots for the World Cup. And then in Canada, you just get one without necessarily having that many good players. I mean, don't get me wrong, Canada has some decent players, but those decent players should try and win a spot in the World Cup in the American Continental Championship instead of just getting it gifted for free. Trash talking the chess bras? Well, that's the thing. The chess bras aren't even playing. So this Canadian tournament that gives the free spot to the World Cup, there's never any of the Canadian grandmasters playing. I don't know why. But there's always some kind of old 2300 Canadian guy winning the free spot. Like, even the Canadian best players don't bother to show up for that event. So why is the World Chess Federation awarding it free stuff? It's ridiculous. What's the maximum time you've ever spent on a move? Oh, you don't want to know. Probably more than 50 minutes. It's not good. Sometimes when you're stuck, you're just hard stuck. And you just freeze up and you can't make a decision. Speaking of freezing up, I see a lot of people are saying Alexandra's camera is frozen. That's good to know. Not really anything I can do about it, though. In Iceland, cameras freeze. Big surprise. Well, you know, we do have the volcano we thought was going to make things different, but... Bishop f5 has been played by Andrea's opponent. Ooh, and this is interesting, because now Andrea is actually going to be fine. The good thing about this bishop move is that it forces Andrea to actually find the right solution. So the bishop is pointing in towards both the bishop and the pawn. So unless you want to lose the pawn, you gotta make the trade. And then after you make the trade, the only move not losing a pawn instantly is knight to d4. But now you can play knight to d4 pretty confidently because you're also threatening the pawn on f5. And then after e6, defending that pawn. Oh my god, there's even bishop to d6 with a double attack against the knight and the rook. What's going on? There's no way for black to defend against knight takes f5. Yeah, no, that was just a big blunder. Big blunder alert on Andrea's board. And the good news is that Andrea's moves are basically forced. Like, if she doesn't play the best move, she's gonna lose a pawn. So she doesn't really have a choice but to play the best moves. Okay, good news. She's taken. Takes. And now, obviously, she's going to play knight d4. Okay, I'm feeling a bit more energized. Andrea has quite a decent position now. Okay, it's not great, but she did play the Jabava London, so we can't really demand miracles. Knight d4 on the board. And suddenly, this is awkward for black. You just know that he somehow thought that this was all okay. But now there's the threat against the pawn on f5, and that pawn is really difficult to defend. And if you try to go pawn to e6, you're allowing this double attack from the bishop. I think he just made a mistake. I think he just blundered. I mean, the position is not terrible for black, but it's definitely unpleasant when you feel like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. As you see your opponent's response and you're like, oh, this wasn't really my plan for how this game proceeds. Okay, I'm gonna let Mr. Daniel think about what he's done for a moment, and we'll continue letting Alexandra ponder why she spent 2 minutes per move. She spent 24 seconds on her losing move. And now she spent 35 minutes on this one. So, yeah. Sometimes it's better to spend the time before you make the mistake instead of after. The harsh reality is that Alexandra's position right now is beyond salvation, especially against such a good player as Garifulina, who also has seemed kind of confident in her demeanor. So, yeah, Alexandra is going to lose, but we have renewed hope that the Gremlin, going for the queen trade, we felt it was maybe a bit passive, a bit depressing going for the queen trade after you had managed in the opening to have the rook pointing down towards the black king. And for then the queens to be traded is not great. But let me just, before I leave for my break, I'm going to show you just a little variation of what could happen in this game. So Andrea's opponent could play rook to c8 to try and increase the pressure against the c2 pawn. Andrea could then capture the black pawn, allowing a big mistake. Oh no, oh, this is terrible. The black knight comes in to attack both the king and the rook. The king moves, the rook is lost in the corner, but booyah, turns out you can give a checkmate on a king even without the queens on the board. The rook Andrea managed to open along the edge of the board is very much still in play. It could still have relevance for this game. So I'm feeling cautiously optimistic on Andrea's behalf. Alexandra is frozen, you guys say. I'll do the refresh just so you guys can see. Oh, she did actually move. Alexandra has moved. Oh, wow. And the computer is saying one of the top moves for white is to castle queenside. That is the craziest thing I have seen. Okay, honestly, Alexandra probably found the best move here. And if her opponent is not super accurate now, then she could be able to play this b6 move, which would allow her bishop to get into the game. And then this would be salvageable. So we just have to hope that Alexandra's opponent doesn't realize the importance of this b6 move and doesn't play something that prevents it from happening. I'm not feeling great about that though. Like even queen here would be pretty good, because then whenever you try to go b6, the pawn can step forward and try to push up, and yeah, the knight has to move and there's no good squares for the knight. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. But Alexandra is still fighting. Oh, her opponent played already? No, that's the frozen image. Queen c6 is on the board. Her opponent is sitting there thinking. We can see on Andrea's camera. In Andrea's position, we're hoping for some kind of a miracle with a checkmate. The knight coming up. Just the fact that her opponent has to watch out for a checkmate is a big improvement compared to some of the variations we studied earlier for Andrea. So looking forward to the rest of these games, but I've drinking so much tea that I have to go now. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay, let me just update Alexandra's board. Ooh, Queen F2 question mark. Leia did not prevent pawn to B6. After pawn to B6, obviously she's gonna go bishop E2, trying to trap down here. Ooh, knight takes C5. And then if bishop E2, F3, you can go with the knight to do a fork on the queen and on the king. B6. Wow, Leia just completely misread the situation on the board and didn't understand what the crucial thing to prevent was. And now Alexandra just gets the move she needs. We talked about this earlier, that if you could get the pawn to B6, there's definite hope. And like, if there's a trade, well, here you can't even trade, because then you just lose the game instantly. So I'm not sure what she blundered. I'm guessing she blundered that she didn't see this fork. This is great news for Alexandra. B6 on the board. Let's go. I guess I'll update again. This is getting quite annoying. She played B6. Did she though? Oh yeah, she did. I can tell in the background. Good eyes, chat. Good eyes. Bishop is free. Well, maybe. Just a little bit. It's not super free, but it's definitely a lot more free than it was. Alexandra is still under pressure, but this is 10 times better than the situation we had. And it's also going to be very annoying for her opponent. Because it's such a classic thing that when you make a mistake and your opponent kind of exploits it, then you feel so dumb and you're so upset with yourself for making such a silly mistake when you really should know better. Bishop becomes a runner. Yes. Very good, Bramall. Do the sisters ever play each other in a tournament? That's a good question, Tayden. We've been talking a lot about whether they might face each other, but we haven't actually asked them whether they ever have played in the past. I'll make sure to ask about that after the game. Move incoming. Rook F to C8. Someone just called it in chat. So the advantage of this move compared to the other rook is that now if we repeat the same circumstance that we were discussing previously, the difference is that now knight comes in, it's just a check. When the rook was here, this was checkmate. But with the rook having moved, it creates space for the king, which is quite important in this circumstance. So, yeah, this is actually all about creating more space for the king to run away. And what's interesting here is that the computer feels knight takes f5 is still one of the better moves. Because after knight takes, knight comes in here, check. Then the king can move one step up. And the idea is knight takes rook, then knight takes pawn. And we don't give a checkmate, but we do still get an attack on both of these, both the king and the rook. But this is super complicated. At the end of this, the reason Andrea needed to move her king up was so that she could finish off by having the rook capture the knight in the corner. But the variation is not finished just yet, because here the black rook comes in, check on the king has to step back. Now the pawn comes up, attacks the knight has to move, then the pawn is captured. But it turns out this is still okay for white, because even though black's just captured a white pawn, we also captured a couple of pawns when we were moving our knight up. And here it's equal a number of pawns. And so if you manage to trade off the active rook, this is probably going to be a draw. But this is, now we're on move 24. And this is move 16. So Andrea just has to calculate an 8-move variation to make a draw. Probably not gonna happen, but it's not outside the realm of possibility. Let's put it like that. At least it's bang bang. Yeah, that's a good comment, Prime. Andrea is more likely to find it when all the moves involve checks and captures. I have faith in Andrea, says Kaplan, and then shows an emote with Andrea not really looking like that's a W emote. That looks like a Andrea crazy emote. Really? I'm getting reports that we have a move from Leia, and her rook is still in the corner. Wait, did she make a follow-up mistake? Leia already got a question mark for her previous move. Did she do the classic 2 mistakes in a row? Okay, she played bishop to e2. That's what I was suspecting her idea was. But Alexandra is now going to win a pawn. After knight takes c5, Alexandra will be up a pawn. Her position still kind of sucks. But whenever you're up a pawn, it means that you have some reason for feeling okay, even when your position is quite sad in general. Computer is now giving this as almost equal. Alexandra suddenly has very real chances to survive this game. Opponent still has to prove it if you're up a pawn. Yeah. So I like to say that if I'm going to suffer, I might as well suffer with an extra pawn. And I think what her opponent did, I think her opponent just thought, oh, bishop here, we're attacking the queen and the rook, and this looks good. But the thing is that Alexandra will then have a double attack on the king and on the queen. And like some of the variations that are likely now, like rook c1, bishop out, castles. Okay, this is kind of important. Alexandra needs to go g6 to prevent pawn f5. But say she plays g6. So then all of this pressure is down on the knight. So white can win the pawn back. But the thing is, even in such a position, Alexandra is about to get her king out of the way to safety, and then her rooks will go into the open files in the center. And because Alexandra got the extra pawn, it doesn't matter that she's going to lose it back afterwards. And this becomes very close to a draw, because white is not able to exploit their lead in development. But yet, pawn to g6 is very important. Because if she plays king g8, then there could be some issues with the pawn moving up and opening up towards the black king. A4, that's an interesting move. Ooh, and this is another problem. If you move your king over to h7, then this check is annoying, not just because the bishop points towards the king, but also because the bishop takes control of the b1 square, allowing the rook to come in and knock black's queen out of position. But the good news is that the more I'm looking at this, it's quite obvious that black needs to go pawn g6 here. So Alexandra is close to saving this now. And she did play knight to take c5. We can see in the background, the knight moved up. Okay, very, very good development in Alexandra's game. Let's return to Andrea's. Because she needs to figure out some very complicated lines. Knight takes pawn. That is the best move. But it's not going to be easy to find. Hammer, do you put sugar in tea? Zorro, let me answer this by saying I am a man of culture. And the answer should be obvious. So yes? No. Of course I don't have sugar in my tea. I like tea. People who put sugar in their coffee and in their tea, they don't really like the tea. They just like a hot, sugary drink. What about honey? I do use honey when my throat hurts. But that's different. That's like an exception to the rule. Common Hammer W, thank you, Bensea. The coaches have each other's back. Except when I talk about the Jabava London and your irresponsibility in not taking care of business. What did Leia play? Okay, she castled. Oh, we actually got a couple of moves. Rook c1. Alexandra goes bishop b7 and gets an X clam. Love to see that. And then after castles, now is the moment. Pawn to g6 is very important. For reasons I don't fully understand. But I'm just here to tell you guys what the computer says. Ooh, I just saw an interesting line. Pawn to g6, takes, queen b6. And now, actually this might not just be important. This might be the whole reason that Alexandra is okay. If bishop to d3, she has rook d8. Rook b1, you take on b1, and then you give the check, and you get to trade everything, and then black makes a draw here. Okay, apparently this is not an obvious draw, but it looks very drawish. Also, the computer says that here, instead of sacrificing your queen against the rook, which was my idea, you can actually just take the bishop, which is very clever. Because then the same idea is that when the white rook takes the queen, then you give a check, and then at the end of this, you get kind of the same thing, just with black having an extra bishop. That's smart. That's very smart. Okay, big moment in both games. Alexandra, if she finds pawn to g6, it's quite likely that she will make a draw against an IM. And Andrea, if she finds knight takes f5, it's quite likely that she will make a draw against a FIDE master. Both girls playing against opponents rated more than 400 points above themselves. But there's actually good possibilities for draws in both games. One thing though, oh gosh. Both girls are down to just 17 minutes. So there is some time concerns. She took it. Well done, Andrea. That's a good move. The only thing that could make this better is Alexandra suddenly playing g6. I don't think she's going to find it, though. I think she's going to play rook c8 to try and protect her knight, which is kind of understandable. Does Alexandra know castling? Nothing seems to suggest her familiarity with that move, no. Alexandra is like, she's an old school chess player. Old from back when the castling just didn't exist. Have you taught her when coaching? I mean, what you have to realize is that my coaching is not necessarily traditional. So me making snotty remarks about her never castling, that is me coaching. I'm trying to shame her into castling, essentially. It's the only method I know. Did you also make snarky comments when coaching Magnus? I mean, obviously. But Magnus was a bit more... He liked using the power he had more than Alexandra does. Alexandra is like, oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll try to do what you tell me to. And Magnus was a bit more like, what do you know? And you're not allowed to sing. And just press the space bar. Those are some classic Carlson sayings. I was banned from singing during training camps. It's one of my... I don't remember much from that time, but I do remember having the singing ban. Apparently it stuck with me. What? I've never heard you sing? Of course you have. We did the single moms playlist. Every time I'm seeing Alexandra, she's encouraging my singing. She's the complete opposite of Magnus. Can you refresh Andrea's board? But I already updated it. What more do you want from me? This is the current position. Does Alexandra not realize castling is important when she reviews her games? This guy thinks she reviews his games or games. Chat is full of clowns today, huh? Why waste a move with castling? The goal is to checkmate. Fair enough. Ooh, Alexandra has made a move. She moved her rook. Yeah, unfortunately, this is losing. And then g6 was maybe a draw. But it made a lot of sense trying to defend this knight. So apparently now takes, and f5 is a very dangerous attack. Yeah, what are you gonna do? Where's Leia from? She's from Russia. Yekaterinburg, apparently, according to someone in chat. Alexandra's opponent plays knight takes c2. Check on the king. Threat on the rook. King moves up. Now rook protects rook, and there's the threat of the fork. Opponent takes rook. Andrea takes pawn. Check on king. King moves. Knight takes rook. The 8 move calculation is actually happening, people. Okay, knight takes rook. Rook is going to take back. This one's going to take this one. Rook is going to come up. Basically, everything we talked about earlier is about to happen. And we're getting moves on Alexandra's board as well. F5 played. Yeah, it's just big trouble. Big trouble. Once again, if the king and rook switched places, then Alexandra would actually be winning. But yeah, turns out not castling sometimes can come back to bite you. Even when, the thing is, when Alexandra played king to f8, it was the best move in that position. So like, it wasn't even a bad move back when. It's just, it didn't turn out too good afterwards. Okay, we got moves in Andrea's game. Rook takes knight, fair enough. Andrea needs to capture the black knight. I don't know why she's even thinking about this. Many moves happening on Alexandra's board. We can tell in the background. Did Leia just play bishop takes b7? How did that happen? They're suddenly playing so quickly. I guess... Well, Alexandra definitely took. And then I guess... Bishop here. Queen back. Trade, trade, and queen up. Yeah, this is what must have happened. And for some reason, the only move not to lose instantly is King G8. I guess you gotta watch out for pawn to E6. So that makes quite some sense. You want to get your king off the open file where your opponent has a queen and a rook pointing down. So King G8 seems fairly obvious. Okay, Andrea took the knight in the corner, and then, wow, instead of moving the rook up to give a check, Andrea's opponent has gone knight to e4. That's very strange. That's incredibly strange, no? So pawn to f3, trying to kick the knight. Rook comes up, check on the king. King moves back. Knight gives check. King stays close to pawn. Knight moves to attack pawn. Rook moves to protect pawn. I'm not playing like the best moves now. I'm just trying to put what I think are the most likely moves. And frankly, the likely moves are also quite decent for Andrea. Computer is saying that here black needs to go a5, which makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. But more likely is something like b5, knight back, knight gets captured, opens up towards this pawn, and then the rook can come over here and capture a pawn in the middle. And it's still a very unclear game, but computer says it should be a draw. Andrea is actually still up a pawn in this analysis position. So, yeah. I'm not sure I'm a huge fan of this knight to e4 move. And it makes a lot of sense for Andrea to just try and kick the knight immediately. Also, after rook comes up to give a check, the computer really likes king to e1. The reason I didn't input this move is because then the black rook can capture the white pawn. But here, rook to d1 prevents the kind of the king and rook being caught on the same rank. And it also creates an attack against the d5 pawn, which is not that difficult to see. And here, like, white is better. The computer is suggesting black should try and make a draw ASAP if this happens. So, yeah, pawn to f3. Don't make it complicated. Just try and kick the knight out. And this is good. Okay, let's update the board. Yeah, so we did have the correct position in Alexandra's game. Computer once again liking white. Alexandra had an opportunity here to play g6, which maybe would have it would have given chances to hold on to a draw, but it wasn't entirely obvious how dangerous it was to allow white to proceed with that pawn, especially not when you also had to be concerned about your opponent just getting a pawn on the other side, getting seemingly quite a bit of pressure against the black queen. So rook c8, it was a mistake, but it was at the same time an understandable one. And then both girls playing all the best moves for a while, and we're expecting Alexandra to play king g8 to get her king away from this pressure down the open file. Right now, we are feeling more optimistic about Andrea's game. And Andrea has played knight to c3, which is very interesting in that it prevents the black rook from getting into the c2 square. And I didn't mention this move because I thought it looked kind of crazy to move the knight to a square where there's 3 black pieces pointing towards. But the computer actually says this is one of the best moves Andrea could have made. And she did it. So well done her. So I guess bishop takes, pawn takes, and then rook takes. So basically black will want to keep the knight on the board. And here, this is quite good for black according to the engine. But yeah, I suspect Andrea will take back here. But computer says if she goes rook c1 now, she's a genius, and it's going to be a draw. But I don't think she will find rook c1. Yeah, no, she recaptures immediately. Okay, yeah, in that case, she should have played f3. The only reason the computer thought the knight back move was brilliant was because it liked rook to c1 in this circumstance. But Andrea recaptured, and now after rook takes c3, she's going to be under quite a bit of pressure. But it's still equal on number of pawns. So she definitely still has chances. What's her time left? Let me update. She has 12 minutes. You think Alexandra played rook e8? Yeah, I agree. But then rook c8 was definitely a mistake, right? Because then she's admitting she didn't have a chance to keep this knight defended. If Alexandra could just play one more move and get the knight to e6, then her position would be pretty well reinforced. But Leia is going to capture on c5 now. And then after captures back, now is an interesting question. What about rook takes? No, she's not going to play that. She's going to play this first, exploiting the pressure the queen has against the king. The rook cannot capture because the queen takes back, and you can't take the queen because of the rook's pressure. But at the same time, your pawn is under attack, so you have to move the pawn up, and then rook takes pawn. And then because the white pawn managed to advance, Alexandra is just in, yeah, massive trouble. She can't get out of this. Would you be able to win in Alexandra's position? No, absolutely not. I would lose that position against the same opponent. Why not queen to b6? Ooh, good question. Wow, computer, like the computer's idea here is not super obvious. That's a pretty good calculation right there. Okay, maybe there's hope. That wasn't super easy to see. G6 question mark. That's not a great sign. Yeah, no, Alexandra is just under a lot of pressure. But unfortunately, so is Andrea now. For a moment there, it looked like Andrea was the biggest genius to ever grace a chessboard. But it turns out her follow-up idea was not the same as the computer wanted. Now she's in a bit of a pickle. It's still equal in number of pawns. It's just that the black rook is so much better placed than the white rook, which is causing her some issues at the moment. Actually, rook to b1 might be a very good pawn sacrifice for Andrea. Rook to b1, the rook comes in to give a check. You just avoid the check, and then you get your rook up into the game. Like, even though Andrea loses a pawn on this, it's not necessarily so bad. Like, losing a pawn here, there's so few pawns left that you could easily make a draw even if down a pawn. Because very importantly, if a rook and knight plays against a lone rook, that's a draw. And that means in order to make a draw in this position, Andrea would only have to be able to trade her pawn and bishop for 2 pawns, which is definitely doable. Normally, a bishop is worth way more than that. So any sort of solution aiming to reduce the number of pawns on the board is going to be pretty good for Andrea. So, rook b1. Rook b1 is a decent idea. f3 also quite a decent idea. But here the difference is that white becomes pretty passive. Like, how do you get your pieces out in this circumstance? Rook d1. And then pawn e4. You're attacking the knight has to move, and then you take the pawn. I'm amazed that the computer feels like this is almost winning for black. Because they have the same number of pawns. It's just that the potential black has of trying to get these pawns over to the other side is greater than white's potential. Because the black pawns have a clear path and they're on the opposite side of the white king. So the white king is not going to be able to contribute trying to stop the pawns. Whereas the black king and the black pawn is very well placed to try and deal with a white pawn rush. That being said, this position should still be a draw. No doubt about it. So, actually, yeah, Andrea's doing fine. She just needs to move. Let me update Alexandra's board. Alexandra's pawn has been captured. Rook g8, the only acceptable response. Then queen takes, rook blocks. I don't know. I don't think this was the best play from Leia. Because now, yes, Alexandra lost 2 pawns, but she got more space for her king. And she's actually making threats against the white king in return. Which, yeah, hasn't really been a big thing in this game so far. And even though Alexandra lost 2 pawns, she was already up by 1 pawn. So maybe that's not such a big deal. Computer really hates this position for black, but I feel like it's better than it could have been. It's a lot better than a lot of the situations we have seen so far. Alexandra went rook g8. Okay, I managed to catch Leia taking on h6. The only move not being an immediate checkmate is moving the rook up, so that's what Alexandra did. And Andrea played rook b1. Good for her. Andrea just trying to eliminate those pawns, get them off the board. Ooh, and actually, this is actually super sneaky. So if pawn to f3, rook gives a check. If the king moves up, then this is actually checkmate. And if the king moves down, you're attacking both the rook and the knight. But then you can capture the white pawn with the idea that if the knight captures, then check. King is under attack. King has to move. And then you lose the rook behind. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because after rook to b1, I was wondering, what if black just tries to keep the pawns on the board by playing pawn to b6? But here, Andrea has f3. And now rook to c2 is a decisive mistake, winning the game for white after king to d1. And the big difference is that because this rook moved 1 step closer, now the idea with rook takes pawn, pawn takes knight, rook gives check. Then the king can move up and protect its own rook at the same time, winning the game. So black doesn't actually have a choice here. Black has to give up this pawn. Well, first he's going to give a check. He's going to attack the king and attack the pawn. And here it's going to be super important that Andrea moves the king over to attack the rook. Because if Andrea just tries to stay in this area, then instead of starting to capture pawns, now black has the opportunity to play pawn to b6. So it's super important for Andrea to just make sure that black cannot move this pawn up, because then black would just be able to keep the pawns on the board. Her point by playing rook to b1 is basically just trying to eliminate as many black pawns as possible. Okay, rook to c2 being played, and now comes the big moment. Andrea has 4.5 minutes left, and she needs to go to the right square with her king. If she does, she's going to have to defend an endgame down a pawn, but an endgame which objectively is going to be a draw. If she moves the king back, then she's just going to be in trouble. Move number, we're on move 23. There's not a lot of pieces left on the board, but we're still only on move 23. Andrea needs to play an additional 17 moves before getting another 30 minutes. Is there any increment? They get 30 seconds extra per move they make. Can you show why king f3 doesn't work? Well, after king f3, number one, you allow pawn to b6, allowing black to keep as many pawns as possible on the board. Number two, you allow rook takes f2, which just allows black to capture a lot of pawns for no good reason. And number three, and the most important reason, is that the knight can do a fork on the king and on the rook. So yeah, several reasons why you shouldn't do that. So king d1. You need to attack the rook so that black doesn't have time to defend against the white rook getting into an active position. I'm worried that e1 seems like a better position for the king on a superficial level. You're absolutely right, Penguin. King to e1 feels more right than king to d1 from a human perspective. But if you want to play rook takes b7, you gotta play your king to attack the rook. What about d3? If the king moves up, then the rook comes in for an immediate checkmate. The knight is controlling around, the pawn helps, the rook takes control of everything else. So that's something you definitely should not do. If king d1, there's a knight fork? Well, no. Because after king d1, we're threatening the rook. So we don't care about the knight being able to attack both our king and the rook, because then we capture black's rook. And we come out on top of that trade. Ooh, she played it. Well done. Let's check if we've got any moves on Alexandra's board. Wow, she found this check and then back. For some reason, this was very clever play from Leia. It wasn't very obvious to me. Alexandra is just trying to move her pawn up as far as possible. I think that's very sensible. And Alexandra's opponent, if there was a trap here, Alexandra had made a trap that if rook to d7, which would attack the queen and make a lot of pressure in towards the black king, here there's rook takes g2, and you get the counter attack on the white king. And if queen takes rook, then you can safely capture the white rook in return. So Alexandra had a nice trap there, but her opponent kind of... Yeah. Her opponent kind of saw through that. Computer is saying that Alexandra is completely dead, but I'm kind of struggling to understand why. Why can't we just continue moving this one forward? Ah, pawn here, and now I don't have this check. Ah, that's kind of clever. Ah, so white wants to go pawn here, but wants also to avoid this check, and then Alexandra capturing the pawn. So she does rook d6 first to avoid this check, and then the pawn can move in and eliminate the only defender, the only pawn trying to help the black king. Yeah, no, she's playing well. Alexandra captured a pawn, and then check, check, and now checkmate. GG's. Okay, good play by Garifulina. Alexandra gets beaten, but she gets beaten by a worthy opponent. Well played overall by Leia. $2,400 is a real tough game. It really is. And she was kind of just one move away from being able to do something. If Alexandra plays g6 here on move 22, she's got some real chances to survive. It's not very easy for white to increase the pressure without allowing a lot of trades at the same time. So pawn to g6 here would have been the big moment. Okay, let's check in with Andrea. Rook takes on a2 has been played. Andrea obviously going to activate her rook. And then obviously her opponent is going to capture a pawn. And this is actually a very interesting moment. So all of this is going to happen. But here, if you're Andrea, how do you decide between going to the left or going to the right? Instinctively, you should probably go to the right because you want to keep your king close to your pawns to try and keep them defended. But on the other hand, if you go in the other direction, you're trying to kick the rook. And this rook is kind of important because it's defending the pawn. And if you get rid of the pawn on the left side, well, basically, the more pawns you get rid of at this point, the better your chances of survival. So this is going to be a very tricky decision for Andrea. Which direction to move her king. First up, though, she needs to capture this pawn. I have no idea why she's thinking. If she doesn't take that pawn, she might just as well resign. She gave a check instead? But why? Ooh, actually, yeah, maybe this is clever. Maybe this is clever. So what this check tells me is that she's definitely going to the right. And the reason for that is now that black moves out of the check, I'm not sure which direction black should go in. Let's assume he goes to the side to try and attack the bishop. Now, after rook takes pawn and knight takes pawn, Andrea is definitely going to the right because the reason she gave this check first is because she wanted to avoid the situation where the knight attacks both the king and the bishop. And why is this only the situation if the king goes towards the right? Well, because if the king had gone to the left, then it wouldn't matter that the knight was attacking the bishop because then the king would counterattack the black rook instead. That being said, I'm not sure I like her bishop out on the edge of the board because the bishop, like this bishop, we would love to have it here in the center, protecting everything. Oh god. No, Alexandra. I'm so tilted. It happens. But remember the poker. No tilt. Don't get affected by little gremlins. Ooze calm. Okay, at least I was right about something. Andrea's opponent went towards the center instead of the edge. She captures the pawn. The knight takes with a check. And Andrea goes towards the right side, which is why she moved her bishop to begin with. But the problem with this is that now she'll never be able to get rid of this pawn. Or at least so the computer is kind of suggesting. If this pawn just starts running... Yeah, this should be a draw. So after king e1, he should play knight e4, and he did. Now there's a threat against the pawn on g2, but there's not really a threat, because if he takes that one, then Andrea can capture on a7. So Andrea probably should just move the pawn up. Yeah, actually, Andrea is losing this endgame because this pawn is just becoming a new queen. And there's pretty much nothing she can do about it. And actually, one trap worth mentioning here, if Andrea tries to go after the pawn in the center with rook b5, then rook a1 just wins the game instantly, forcing the king to a square where it's going to get forked. Okay, Andrea's being she's being very protective of her own pawns, but she's not paying enough attention to the black pawns. What happens if black just rushes the pawn now? Yeah, I don't see how she can stop this pawn. And if she tries to go here, then once again, this check and then fork. Yeah, she should have gone to the left, actually. Like, this all kind of started with this check. And had she gone here instead and gone towards the left side, she would have been able to trade an additional pair of pawns. And that maybe would have been enough to save her. Although here, this looks pretty bad. How's your guys' rook endgames? Is this a draw? It doesn't look like a draw, I'll tell you that. Why is the computer saying this move? Yeah, no, this is just winning for black. You're too far away with your king to stop this pawn long term. Yeah, but she didn't need... She could have gone with the check here. And then taken. Yeah, I'm not sure precisely how she should have executed it, but I think it was quite important. Andrea needed to get rid of this pawn. And now black basically just has a very easy plan of pushing this pawn up to become a new queen. And I don't see how... I mean, we could probably save this if we could get the bishop to the d4 square, where the bishop is just keeping everything protected long range. But every time we go with the bishop to g7 trying to get here, black is probably just going to block us. And we're not able to get the bishop back into the game. Why can't she just check him? Because like every time you give a check, he moves up. And then at some point, you're going to regret allowing your opponent's king to get into a more active position. And also, if you keep attacking here, they can just defend. No, one of the only things that Andrea has going for her is that the black king is very limited in its movements because of the rooks. The rook kind of controlling the king's ability to move forward. That's pretty much the only saving hope she has. Let's go to the Andrea screen, I guess. Our winter queen into the frame. And it's sunny in Iceland. Yeah, pawn to a5 played. I just don't see how she's stopping that pawn. Okay, putting the rook behind, I guess that's a decent start. But the pawn is just advancing. Okay, so apparently computer is saying you need to move your king over here to the king's side just to get the king off the bottom rank. And then your opponent can maneuver their knight to c4 to keep this protected so that the rook can do other things. But at least then we get our bishop to the d4 square. So that's better. I would feel more hopeful if we could get our bishop here, protected by a pawn, controlling the queening square. Controlling the square this pawn needs to cross to get in and become a new queen. That would be very helpful in the quest to make a draw. Not necessarily going to be enough, but it would be helpful. Okay, Sepper. It could be a while though. Bisbee still has 28 minutes left. Andrea's down to 1 minute, but I suspect her opponent is too smart to make the classic mistake of playing too quickly in your opponent's time trouble. He's gonna be pondering his moves here. Poor Twitch chat. Thinking they're being funny, saying pondering. Trying to make a joke out of my mispronunciations. And then there's another guy who made the same joke the same second. You just can't be original. Even your invented words, someone else coming up with the same jokes. Man, I know this problem. So many times I'm in Twitch chats. I'm considering maybe I'll say something, but I feel like, I don't really want to say something because then people can see my check mark and that's awkward because you don't want people to know that you're completely addicted to this thing. That even streamers watch streams. It's like it should be a hidden secret. A4 on the board. Andrea plays bishop g7, and that I think is going to be GG's. Bishop g7, that's just not it, chief. Because now f6 blocks the bishop out of the game. And I don't see how you survive this now. You're just never getting this guy back into it. We see you in the viewers list anyway. Ulan, come on. Checking viewer lists, that's nerdy. And also, can you do that? I didn't know you could do that. Yeah, it's kind of freaky. You can get stats on how many hours I've watched certain streamers. It's public information how many hours I've spent watching Amaranth. Like, how is that not private information? Incognito window? What can I say? I'm not as clever as all of you guys. Watch time hammer. Does that not work? I have quite a few Botez hours as well. Okay, f6 has been played. Bishop officially buried alive. Should be a crime to do that. The pawn keeps advancing. Andrea only has a minute left. Oh God, she's desperate. She started checking. That's not it, chief. Actively helping the opponent, getting the king in a better position. Not great. Oh wow, suddenly we have moves actually working. That would be a pleasant discovery. Check attacks the rook, the king. Oh no, actually she might be going bishop f8. Okay, so the good news is the bishop is coming back to life. The bad news is we just let a monster off its shackles. The black king will be the final piece of the puzzle to create trouble down against the white king. Oh no, she gives another check. Andrea, each check you give, you're allowing the black king to get even closer and further up. This is not great. She had to find this king g1, king h2 idea, but that was always going to be kind of tricky. To me, what made this... I think the biggest issue was that she didn't go after the rook. Because if she had gone after the rook with the king, then she probably would have been able to capture the a pawn, and then black wouldn't have had such an easy plan, moving the pawn forward to try and get a new queen. Can't blame her for checking with the time constraints. I mean, just because it's a check doesn't mean it's a non-committal move. The fact that she allowed the king to step off the bottom rank and go be active, like, check is a big of a decision as any other move. But yeah, this endgame in general was always going to be very difficult when you're low on time. But like here, apparently this was a draw. I don't fully understand why though, but so apparently this was a draw. Ah, because the knight is trapped. Ah, the knight is trapped. That's clever. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, she was always under pressure, but she was close to making the draw, I feel like. She definitely made her opponent sweat a little. Question mark? Computer says Andrea now needs to play g4. I assume that's to prevent the black king from moving further forward. I don't understand why this would be okay. I mean, this still looks incredibly winning for black. Why is this not just game over? Ah, rook e7 check. That's... Ah, oh, now I'm understanding why... Ah. So after g4, bishop f8 is actually a threat because then the king might get into trouble with a mating net. So now the only move for black is to go king d6 because he needs to avoid getting trapped by the bishop and then the rook coming in for a kind of an unpleasant check. And after king d6... Yeah, well, then it's over still. Because you can never go into these endgames here. Oh, you can't, that's even a double attack. Yeah, okay, let's hope he doesn't go king d6. Everything other than king d6, and Andrea is back in the game. Doesn't bishop f8 force a check if king d6? Yes. But if king d6, bishop check, then the king can escape away from the scary threats that white was creating. The reason we need to get away is that if black just continues trying to move their pawn forward, trying to get a new queen, then rook to e7 is a massive problem for the black king. The king has no other choice because this pawn is controlling the king's ability to move forward. The king will have to go to the side, but then the king is stepping into the path of the white bishop, allowing the rook to capture the black knight, even though that knight was defended, because now we opened up a check against the king. And when the king moves away, then the rook is back in time to prevent the black pawn from becoming a new queen. So as long as he doesn't go king d6, there's some hope here. We need him stuck on this square so that our bishop and pawn rook coordination creates these dangerous threats. What could he play instead? Well, he could play king d6 and just run away from that area, and then he wins. But anything other than king d6 f5 is also fine. Well, f5, then you're asking to trade pawns. And in general, the fewer the pawns, the better for the defending side. And also then you give access to this d4 square for the bishop. And just the fact that this bishop is pointing down towards the a1 square means that it's going to be so much more difficult to get a new queen. So I'm not sure I agree with you that f5 is just as good. Although I suppose... Actually, he's in Zugzwang. Damn it, he's gonna find this move just because he has no alternative. Like, he cannot move the rook over here, because then you lose the pawn. You cannot move the rook down, because then you allow your opponent to get your rook off the bottom rank. You're not going to move your knight, because then you get checked and lose the pawn. Damn it. He's actually going to find king d6, because he literally doesn't have a different move without losing a pawn immediately. That actually kind of sucks. He put himself in Zugzwang, and the only move he can make is the right one. Damn it. I'm feeling like I'm a bit slouched down. I'm gonna extend my camera a bit, suiting my a bit unenergized positioning. Posture check, yeah. Posture check unsuccessful. Thank you. What's for dinner? What do you think? I now have 3 kilos of lamb to eat. What's the move count? there's basically no pieces left on the board, and they're only on move 33. It's really incredible. This is the kind of endgame you wouldn't be surprised if it was like move 60. But no, move 33. He's gonna see it because it's the only move. Yeah. I think you're right. Don't cry. It's gonna be okay. Thank you, Carlos. I appreciate your concern. It's just such a sad day watching the girls lose every game. Have you ever played Ivanchuk? I have, several times. Ivanchuk was the first 2700 player I ever beat. But he also beat me. I think we're on... I beat him once and he beat me once. Maybe he beat me twice. I don't remember. We never played a draw. Hammer, who was the first 2800 you beat? Funny story. Now that you mention it. I don't even need to tell the story anymore because everyone just knows it. I once en passant checkmated Magnus Carlsen when he was the reigning world champion. Doing an en passant against a world champion is already a great honor. Getting to checkmate a world champion, also a great honor. And then en passant, checkmating. That's just different class. It was just a blitz game, though. It was just a blitz game online. Guys, don't make such a big deal out of it. It was just an online blitz game. Don't exaggerate its importance. It's not like I beat Magnus during the Norway chess tournament at a point where Magnus was at his highest ever rating. That would be a completely different story. I mean, that is a completely different story, which also happened. I used to like being able to say last time I played against Magnus, I beat him. But unfortunately, he beat me last year, so I can't say that anymore. But I had a good run. Should have retired. I really should have, Crimson. En passant, checkmating Magnus and not retiring. Big mistake. Is it just me, or is this Daniel guy getting kind of antsy? He kind of realized he messed up with his king positioning. And if he hasn't found king to d6 yet, are we sure he's going to find it at all? He spent more than 10 minutes so far. Don't jinx it? What do you mean? Me jinxing something? That never happens. What are you talking about? Could he be thinking about pawn to d4? Pawn to d4 takes king up. And you could make the argument that now this bishop is never going to be able to defend down towards a1, so maybe there's some reasoning in going for this. But apparently, Andrea could then sacrifice her pawn and utilize the pin to get a draw. Not completely obvious to me that this is a draw. Yeah, here black wins. This is a win for black. Ooh, but bishop takes is a draw because after check you can go here and it's not checkmate because the bishop controls. Yeah, no, it's kind of spooky. He didn't do it. Rook f2. Engine says. Well, engine says you can just go back and you have the same situation. Imagine he doesn't go back. If he doesn't go back right now, Andrea's gonna manage to take out the important pawn. Engine saying king e1 was better? I don't think that's true. Yeah, don't mind the engine is just having a fit. The engine is saying king here is bad because now black can go here, but he's not going to do that. Rook f3. He gave up the pawn. Ooh, but she can go bishop f8 instead. Oh my god, she can go bishop f8 instead. Why is that brilliant? Why am I screaming? Computer wants her to not be greedy to take this pawn and instead go for the checkmating idea. Why is that better? Oh yeah, I understand. Because if you take the pawn now, then after black takes the pawn, then black has a passed pawn that you can still try and move up to become a new queen. Whereas if she had gone bishop f8, because of the threat against the king, black would have to prioritize capturing the g4 pawn. But in this instance, we still managed to take the a pawn, and now black has no passed pawn because it's more important for us to keep this guy that can try and stop both of these guys in their path forward to become a new queen. That was very interesting. Unfortunately, Andrea didn't do that. She took the pawn. And yeah, Engine is saying that's a losing mistake, unfortunately. Engine says this is trouble for white, but probably a draw. But this is just over. Yeah. When you give yourself 2 minutes left for the after move 25, you're always going to be in trouble. Andrea needs to play a little bit quicker. Alexandra needs to play a little bit slower. And Andrea needs to play a little bit quicker. Which is essentially proof that finding the balance between things is just very difficult. 1 too fast and good at end games, 1 too slow and good at the early games. Yeah. If we could just merge Andrea and Alexandra into one, we might have something. Are you saying my internet is effing? That's disappointing. The king steps back, which was the right thing to do. And this bishop doesn't really have anywhere to go. I guess we'll give a check. King moves up. Bishop. Okay, here's some hope. Here's some hope. The only winning move in this position is king to g5. And if black instead is greedy and tries to take the pawn with the rook, then after rook d7, somehow this might be okay for white. Not that I understand how. Yeah, okay, I kind of understand why. Here, you could have this pawn easily be stuck with the rook behind, putting some pressure. She played bishop h6 instead. Rook check. King into the center. Yeah, now you don't have that ability to use the rook to attack the pawn. He's just gonna capture. Okay, at least you get the king off the bottom rank for the first time in forever. You're down 2 pawns, but if you somehow manage to sacrifice your bishop against these 2 pawns, you're gonna make a draw. Okay, she got her king up. This could be a long endgame. We're on move 39 now. She's gonna get an additional 30 minutes after the next move. And it's not entirely clear how her opponent is going to win this. Interestingly, knight to g5. Knight to g5 is an interesting idea because it tries to basically force the bishop to trade. But we can always escape with the bishop. We cannot always escape with the bishop. Okay, what the frick? Computer thinks this is a draw, but it's not. I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna check table base. Yeah. This is a solved win for black. This is a draw. If we move this pawn over here, there are some such situations where you're down 2 pawns, but it's still a draw. This is not one of them. You need to have one of the pawns be the edge pawn, and then it's a draw in technical play, but it's very difficult. So I think Andrea's opponent should probably just play knight g5 now to try and make sure that this bishop is not able to get back in through the center of the board. Gukesh once resigned such an endgame that was drawn, down 2 pawns. I remember seeing someone resigning something they shouldn't recently. Okay, that pretty much confirmed to me that something about the relay is being buggy. It's not my fault that I have to do the moves manually. Was it Crumling's game yesterday? No. It was something I saw on Twitter like 2 weeks ago, a week ago. It was kind of interesting. Let me see if I can get. Okay, King G6, not the most intimidating move in my mind. King G6 is allowing the bishop to come back into play. While Engine actually really hates King G6. Says it's absolutely terrible, and that now the position is a draw. I don't know if I trust that, but I definitely think it's good for Andrea to both get her king up from the edge of the board, but also centralizing her bishop. Those have been the two big issues she's had. Okay, move 40. Andrea got another 30 minutes. No longer in time trouble. Although in 30 minutes, she's going to be in time trouble again. So stay tuned. King G6 gets a question mark. Okay, we'll see. This is going to take some time. Andrea is not going to give up here anytime soon, nor should she. If Andrea manages to capture both of the black pawns with her bishop, then the position is objectively a draw. Although even that is going to last for another 50 moves, because her opponent is always going to try to win as the higher rated player with a rook and knight against a rook. So this is a potential 130 move game, people. So I'm gonna take a break now, and I would recommend that you guys find your snacks, because this is gonna be a marathon, and I need to find some more energy, and you may want to do the same. Also, if you're into giving away your channel points, then there is a possibility to do some gamba with those during the break. We'll also try to get Alexandra to call in and tell us a bit about her day, because that's going to be easy content for me, because I'm kind of scared that the next half hour is just going to be waiting for moves from two players who are going to spend a lot of time thinking. So that's me revealing the commentary secrets. We hate move 41 because they always spend at least 15 minutes thinking. But what are you gonna do? This is chess. Big things is kind of part of the game. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. They talked? Hammer left us on the eval board? Oh yeah, my bad. Wait, what? Oh yeah, never mind. Knight is trying to trade itself with the bishop. We're not interested in that. We want to trade the bishop for the pawns. So right now, the black pawns are more valuable than the black knight. Because we want to trade pawns. The fewer the pawns, the fewer queens black can get. Bishop b6 threatens bishop d8. Going after this one, which seems quite sensible. She might actually save this. She might actually save this. What rating does Andrea have to be for the Olympiad team? I have no idea. I'm kind of amazed it's even a discussion, because I can't really believe she can become the 5th best Canadian girl. But I think that it's the same thing in every country, that you can often get on the team as long as you have a flexible job, because a lot of people has to say no because of job requirements. Okay, so in order to be on the Olympiad team, you have to be among the top 5, right? And the 5th highest rated girl in Canada is 2225. But I guess they're saying that a lot of people will have to work and turn down the possibility to play for the Olympiad team. But even then, Canada has like 50 girls higher than 2,000 rated. But I guess a lot of them are inactive. So if we eliminate the inactive players, then it becomes a different story. So there's like more than 50 Canadian girls higher rated than Alexandra, but among the active players, Alexandra only has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players ahead of her. But yeah, in order to make the Olympiad team, Andrea would probably need to get to minimum 1950. And then if she can actually catch Alexandra, she might kick Alexandra off the team. Because it could be a situation where it's a fight for the last spot between Alexandra and Andrea. Oh, that would be so good. They should have a match for the final spot. Oh, that would I would like to see that. Content? I mean, that would be content, right? And then one of them could do like could join, go to Budapest and just be a backup to kind of fix all the content so that the person playing actually can completely focus on playing the games. Propaganda spreading once again, I see. I'm just, instigating drama is kind of my job. It's why they pay me the big bucks. More drama, more viewers. Everyone knows this. Shit stirring, you mean? I mean, that's what I said. What are you talking about? Okay, bishop f2. I don't know why she wouldn't want to try and take this pawn. But this bishop move can't be the worst thing. I guess she's afraid of this check. If bishop here, was this check something to be afraid of? I mean, I guess. Although this is looking pretty solid. Having the bishop block the pawn and also having the pressure against the other pawn. Andrea's genuinely kind of close to making a draw here. It's gonna be difficult, but could happen. Are parrots allowed at the Olympiad? Maybe not at the venue. But I'm sure. Actually, I'm not sure you can import your parrot to go with you on a trip. Maybe if you explain it's your emotional support parrot. Is Nemo going to the Olympiad? Imagine she decides to go and that kicks Andrea off the team. That would be popular. The Olympiad drama is creating itself. I don't even have to work that hard. How are we doing on time? The guy's moving his king backwards. Engine says check, check, and then bishop here. This is kind of sneaky. It feels counterintuitive to allow the black king to move up through the center of the board. But if we do this, black has a massive problem against this bishop coming in for the check. Okay, obviously he would check the king, move back, and then king up. This doesn't feel right to me. But this is what I mean about how the drawing chances could kind of just manifest themselves. That here it looks like black has made super progress, moving the king up in the center. But it turns out it's actually just a draw after bishop a7. And then this rook is trying to take this pawn. And then if the black rook tries to push the white king back, then at some point you can just sacrifice your bishop and you can get both the pawns. And then this is a draw with correct play. How many people here believes that Andrea would make a draw? Rook and knight versus rook. Yeah, there's not a lot of believers. But this is the best case scenario she can hope for. So if she's gonna make a draw, she's gonna have to defend that endgame. Are you a believer? I would prefer not to say. A commentator is supposed to be a neutral observer, so it would go against my professional ethics to answer your question. I actually once won that endgame. Rook and knight versus rook. I beat David Navarra. He's like one of the best players in the world. No way, give link. I don't believe you. Here's the part you're not gonna believe. I had the rook. I didn't even have the knight. But that's basically the only way you can win it. Because I was defending this endgame, and then my opponent, he was trying to find some kind of a trick to try and win the game. And then he forgot about his clock and he lost on time. That's the only time I've had this endgame. So I have one win in this endgame, and it's not with the knight. That's gonna happen here. I mean, if one of the best players in the world did that, why wouldn't it happen here? Could happen. Dub is a dub. That's what I say. And also, I was winning out of the opening, so I kind of felt vindicated. Bishop c5 is not it. I'm kind of surprised that Andrea is not seeing the benefit of trying to go in behind against the pawn. If you're going to move the bishop away from this check, which you quite clearly feared previously, computer is saying knight g7 now. And there's a nice trick here that when the knight goes to the e6 square, white is not able to capture the pawn because of the fork. But yeah. Okay, he gives the check. That makes a lot of sense. Especially how Andrea kind of indicated she was afraid of this check. The way she placed her bishop here earlier to try and prevent it. I feel like Andrea lost focus after the time reset. Really? Do you think she doesn't realize that her chances of making a draw here are quite significant? Alexandra said she's gonna call after the Andreas game finishes. I'm trying to get her on sooner, but she's not responding. Which made me think that it's okay to do the whole Olympiad thing. Because if she's not responding to my messages, she's probably not watching the stream either. Ben and Karen coming in with the raid. How did Dina do today? Ben and Karen has been doing Dina commentary this whole week. Dina coming in with the raid as well. Dina won. Well done. We're joining this end game. Andrea with the white pieces. She's down 2 pawns, but there's still hope. Because if she can manage to eliminate the 2 remaining black pawns and maybe give up her bishop in return for those pawns, then rook and knight versus a lone rook, no pawns, is a draw with correct play. So that's what we're hoping is going to happen here. Unfortunately, both players very recently got an additional 30 minutes on their clocks, which means we're now in the phase, the slow phase, post time control, where we're going to spend most of our time just waiting for new moves. Unfortunately, Andrea had like 1 minute left for 20 moves. So let's just say that viewers of this stream have gotten used to a somewhat higher pace in the game. Question mark? I don't know why he got a question mark for that, honestly. It didn't look that bad to me. There's never a high pace if Hammer's commentating? Oh, man. That hurts. I like to think that I can speak quickly if I choose to. When I'm not trying to choose, choose my words very carefully out of fear of getting fired. But the truth is, I probably speak like this normally as well. They call him the fast roast machine. Well, a slow roast is better from a cooking perspective. So I know my cooking and my roasts. That's my expertise. Andrea played blunder, please explain. Well, basically the computer has been very eager about this bishop to b6 idea, trying to get the bishop around to attack this pawn. So every time no one does this idea, then the computer is unhappy. My impression is that it doesn't really change the general situation on the board. In fact, rook to h3, the idea behind this move was probably to go knight to g3. And now if I go knight to g3, the computer is going to say it's equal again. Or, well, clear black advantage, but it's going to be very, very difficult for black to win this game. But it's also very, very difficult for Andrea to make a draw. Basically, what's going to happen is the position is too tricky, too many options to have like a clear path to a draw. And so both players are just going to stumble through a couple of question marks. And then either one of them, just by happenstance, comes upon the right plan. Or we're going to sit here for another 2 hours. Or both, I suppose. What's the plan? The plan is pretty much just stand here and hope for the best. Basically, don't lose on time. That's the short version. What's the plan for black? Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. I guess trying to get the king up the board while somehow keeping protection of this pawn. I don't know. Objectively, I would guess this is a draw, but it's very, very borderline. Could be a draw, could be a win with correct play. Which means in practical play, anything could happen. Anything other than Andrea winning, of course. Now bishop d4, yeah, well, she has to play it, right? So once again, he's kind of forcing her to find the good moves, which is nice. Is it just me, or did the lighting in the Harpa concert hall become a lot worse? I guess the sunset. That's probably the main difference. We got spoiled with a lot of sunshine at the start of the game today. The lava cooled down. Literally lava. Shining bright to help the chess venue. I'm trying to get Alexandra, but I guess she's busy. Is this table base solved? Good question. So my understanding of the solved chess positions is that they solved everything with 7 pieces. And here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the answer to your question is no. Okay, I'm not doing this. My hands are off the keyboard and the mouse. The game is replaying itself multiple times. I'm not at fault. Is there hope for 50 moves? Yeah. There is. If this game becomes rook and knight versus rook and no pawns remaining, when there's no pawns remaining, that's when you start considering whether you can make a 50 move draw. The rule says if no pawn has moved or piece been captured in the last 50 moves, then the game can be declared a draw. But as long as black still has pawns on the board, there's no need to start counting. Black can move a pawn at any time to reset the counter. So the 50 move rule is relevant for this game, but it's not going to be relevant for at least another half hour. Haven't they solved some 8-piece positions? I believe they have, Cat Key. I don't know which ones, though. And already, like, the 7-piece database for solved positions is like a ridiculous amount of terabytes. And the 8-position thing that they're working on is going to be like the biggest chess database the world has ever seen. He's trying to make the game faster so Andrea blunders. Well, Andrea would do well to play a bit quicker. She's already down 12 minutes compared to her opponent. And she's going to need that time for when the position becomes tricky. Right now, the position is fairly understandable. So you want to save that time for when it actually truly gets into a difficult situation. Why isn't he pushing pawns? Because once you start pushing pawns, you open a lot of room and you increase the scope of your opponent's pieces. So here, for instance, if he pushes the pawn, the rook can attack the other guy, and then the king has to protect, but then you give a check, and the king goes back, but you give another check, and the king comes over here to protect here and stop the rook, but then the rook comes over to the other side, and you struggle keeping both of the pawns defended. So you want to go forward with the pawns, but it's a very tricky process to find the right formation for when you can start making those advances. Right now, for instance, the computer is recommending rook h8, rook d8 for black. And the idea of that is just, there's only one idea. It's to defend the pawn on d5 so that you can then start moving your king up. And once you move your king up and have this pawn defended, then you can start thinking about moving that one up. Everything has to happen very, very slowly. This is the kind of endgame that requires extreme patience. And yeah. I'm pretty sure black is going to mess up and give Andrea a drawing position. The problem is I'm also pretty sure that Andrea is going to mess up and give her opponent a winning position after she first has the drawing one. Because this is going to be the kind of endgame where it's so difficult. You have so many options. So it's so difficult to find the right one. And you're completely destined to be making a lot of mistakes. Alexander is calling. Okay, thank you. Hey.
Hello. Hi, chat. How's everyone doing?
I'm not really in a position to use your video. Is that fine?
Sure. Let me take it off then. Okay. Hello, chat. How are you guys doing? Do you think, what are Andrea's odds of saving this game?
Her odds of getting to a position that's objectively a draw is very high, but then actually saving it is another matter. She's
Aww.
like she's very very close to a draw, but I'm concerned that she might get low on time.
That's fair. I don't. We could talk about my game too, but I don't want to take away from Andrea's game right now.
Well, the thing is that both of them just recently got an additional 30 minutes on the clock, and this is the kind of end game that they're gonna shuffle around a lot, and then they're gonna get low on time, and then then it's gonna get real interesting. So I feel like this is a good moment to talk about your game.
Okay,
because frankly,
let's do it.
There's not that much happening in Andrea's game.
All right. Well, you want to bring up the game on the board?
Yeah. Well, in that case, I can use your camera. Actually.
You can?
Yeah, because then I'm gonna switch.
Okay.
I'm gonna switch. Okay.
All right. Hello, chat. We're gonna analyze. I am still in the opera hall. I was trying to do a little bit of work here, and now I'm feeling stressed about work and sad that I lost, but also happy to see everybody.
It's the final double round. The last 3 rounds are going to be so much more pleasant and so much better to prepare for.
Well, I'm sad I lost, but I honestly played my best. I was also sad that I had to go all the way back to my hotel and lose 15 minutes when Andrea had her wire in my bag. But it is what it is. That's part of the big sister experience. Let's go over the chess. I am seeing you guys. Hi, chat. Yes, it is worthy of a second mention. I was not happy about it. Not only did she have my wire, but she was also not replying to me. And I thought it was my fault, and I actually went all the way back to the hotel. Okay, sorry. Rant over. Okay, let's do this, Hammer.
Yeah, I don't know where you want to start. Like, she seemed pretty well prepared.
Yeah, she was playing very quickly. I thought maybe knight d7 was not as good as knight c6, and I realized that later, but that was my big takeaway.
Yeah. Well, knight d7 I think is fine. Computer really dislikes her f4 move.
Interesting, but the computer likes her position otherwise. The computer didn't like me taking on c3. I just
well,
thought
I mean,
the
you
pawn
have to
structure
take
would
on
be so
c3
bad.
at that point, right? So it's
Yeah,
a
but why did
question
the
of whether
computer
you
question-
go bishop a5 or not. The alternative to going
Well,
bishop a5 is
no,
making the trade.
But the computer didn't like knight takes c3. Was it bishop takes c3
No,
correct,
knight
or
takes
what was
c3
it?
is fine.
Oh, okay.
It's just transposing.
Yeah,
Same
I don't.
thing.
Okay, so the computer just generally doesn't like these kinds of positions, which is okay.
Yeah, well, in general, I guess it feels like white will be able to open up for the bishop pair. And we also had a lot of positions where we were trying to switch where your king and rook were. And you would be, of course, much better if the king was where the rook is and the rook is where the king is. But because you're kind of stuck with these pieces, you are struggling a little bit for that reason.
I mean, that is how castling usually works, but yes.
Yes.
Okay, let's keep going. I'm curious.
So, I mean, queen a5, queen a4, I assume you looked at this with Ivanchuk quite a bit.
Well, we saw a lot of these ideas, but we saw them in the bishop d2 first line and then bishop c1. But the whole idea is that it's sometimes very scary when the bishop gets on a3. So that's why I went for this idea, which I thought was very good, but I guess clearly it was not.
Yeah, no, it was very interesting. And to me, I thought it was very obvious that this is something you had looked at with Ivanchuk, because it's like a very thematic French thing to do. And I honestly thought it looked kind of clever. But c4 was just a very, very good response from her.
Yeah.
And then after queen takes c2...
I honestly thought that after all of these variations, I would be able to just trade off and it would be okay. And that I was just never able to do that.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think you were kind of fine here. Like, this is still very interesting, and she's massively struggling getting her king to safety, right? But then you played queen e4, and you played it in 24 seconds. And these other previous moves you did in 2 minutes. And
well, because I had been thinking about it. I wasn't playing fast for that move. That was just the move that I had been planning all along.
Yeah, but like she was not playing super slow either. Like she took 9 minutes and then 7 minutes. I don't know. It feels to me like you played a bit fast here, but
was there a better move than queen e4?
Queen e4 is just after queen e4 you're just dead lost. But if
that's
you go
crazy.
Knight takes c5, you have very interesting counterplay.
I thought, what was I? And then after bishop b4.
Well, bishop b4 you can actually go a5, but you could also go b6. But a5
okay, so
is
bishop
much
b5 was
better
not
for
a
black.
threat.
Yeah. And the thing is, if she goes rook c1, then queen e4 is now much better because she can't block due to the knight joining the attack.
True.
And if she tries to advance the pawn,
yeah.
Pushing d6. Okay, apparently here you can give a check and it's much better for you. But there were like some variations where she could go queen e2 and then pawn to d6. Because queen e2, she's threatening rook c1, which loses the knight. So here you have to go b6 and then she can go d6. And like the computer says this is better for white, but frankly, even though she has this pawn, how is she getting her pieces out? And you can go bishop b7, you have the long diagonal. It's going to be a nightmare for her to get the f1 bishop into the game. and your queen is actually rather annoying, which is why it was such. Yeah. I don't
Yeah.
know. The computer's saying this is winning for white, so like maybe I'm just talking. Maybe I'm just full of it, but this felt to me like there were some. It felt unpleasant in a practical game for white.
Yeah.
But what you did kind of worked, right? Because after Queen E4, you had to take a lot of time for Queen C6, but she just made a massive blunder with Queen F2, and after B6, you're
Really?
right back into the game.
Oh no, what did I miss?
She needed to make sure that you couldn't play this B6 move, so she needed to go like Rook D1, so that she had Rook D6 and C6, and this was just completely over.
Wait, how was I okay after? I don't know what I missed after.
So after Queen F2, you played all the right moves. B6 was good. Knight takes was good. Bishop B7 was the best. And then you needed to go G6 instead of Rook C8.
Damn.
Because you
I was
needed to
thinking
prevent
about
this
it
attack.
too.
Yeah.
That's so sad.
But,
I
like-
honestly didn't realize how bad F5 was until after, but I was also getting in time pressure, so.
Yeah.
We could go back to Andrea's game too if you want. I see
Yeah.
chat complaining.
I assume nothing big happened though.
Yeah, I don't think so, but it's okay.
They're basically still stuck in the same formation they had earlier.
Got it.
Andrea's just moving her rook back and forth. So she got the right idea. She's basically just trying to wait him out. And she's got a good setup now with her bishop in the center. Her bishop is pointing towards one of the pawns, which is very nice. And in some cases, like right now, for instance, if he moves his king up, then rook b5 is just an instant draw because she can start targeting the black central pawn. So, yeah.
Well,
It's looking
hopefully
pretty good.
Andrea can save her game, and then it'll be a nice, happy ending.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. My opponent was high rated. It's just I've scored 0 points in the double rounds, other than when my opponent decided not to show up. So it doesn't feel very great, but it's
You did
okay.
face an average of like 23.50. No, 24 actually. No,
Yeah.
23.50 maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not. There's a reason why you're losing this game, and it's not just the double round. Is what I'm saying.
I know. And it's okay. I can't change it.
Yeah.
But okay, Andrea's opponent made a little question mark move here.
Yeah, but it doesn't really change anything because he's just making sure all his pawns are protected. So, like,
Yeah.
if we get a double question mark, then I'll start paying attention. But in fact, what he just did, I was just showing, right, how King G5, Rook B5 is just a draw instantly.
Yeah.
So he's just making sure that he doesn't lose the pawn, which makes a lot of sense. And then he's going to move the king up. And it's not really clear how Andrea is going to deal with this. So I think calling it a question mark move is way too far. It's still making progress over time for black.
Fair. Well, Hammer, I will let you get back to the rest of the commentary. How was your lamb yesterday?
I only tasted it today, but I will say that yesterday I experienced some trouble with my lack of skill and equipment. The knife I carved into it with was not sharp enough, and my carving skills were lacking some finesse.
Oh.
So,
Well,
I'm
it's okay.
working on it. I'm working on it. I'll be better.
At least you're trying.
I'm trying. Yeah, I'm trying to be a good chef. Good,
There you go. Okay,
House.
well, chat. I will also
Homebody.
be tuning to check on how Andrea's game is doing, but I hope everybody has been enjoying the commentary, and we'll see you guys again tomorrow, 1 hour later than usual.
Wait, what?
Yeah, the game tomorrow is at 4, not at 3.
Ah, because of the tourist thing they were doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually, that's the same starting time as this round, since because of the double round.
Got it.
But yeah, I'll keep that in mind. I'll make sure to remind everyone.
Okay, sounds good. I'll talk to you later then.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, King D3 from Andrea. I think she kind of understood that I think this endgame is super boring and I needed to be entertained for a couple of minutes. Right now, I'm basically just waiting for someone to get into Time Scramble so that it gets a bit more exciting. Sitting here, watching them just gradually, so gradually improve their position. It's getting a bit old. But in 10 minutes, people, someone will be in time trouble. And unfortunately, that someone is going to be Andrea. But what are you going to do? Can you show us possible outcomes? I can't really. Like, what do you want from me? He can move his king up. Andrea will move her king over. He can give a check. Andrea will move the king back. The pawn can go up, but then, the pawn is in trouble. This is a draw. The king can go up, but then that pawn is in trouble. That's a draw. The pawn can go up. No, that's a draw again. So the rook has to stay here to watch out for this one. You can move the pawn up here. Ooh, and now bishop here is the only drawing move. But if you do that, then after the check, the king moves up and takes this guy. And then you can go pawn f4, but then you sacrifice your bishop and you get this endgame, which is a draw with correct play. Essentially, it's gonna be a draw unless someone fucks up. But it's also kind of difficult not to mess up when you're down to not a lot of time on the clock. Okay, king f5, we just move the rook. One thing I will say is that when Andrea is waiting now with her king, she should not be moving her rook to c6 like she did earlier. Because this means whenever her rook is here on c6, it means she's not in a position to attack the pawn on d5 because this black knight is taking away those squares. So it would be much better for her to just be moving the king around. And she can move around in a circle, she can move around in a triangle, she can move back and forth, up and down. All the different variations of moving back and forth within a small area she can do. But just keep the rook here, because once black moves the rook up, then we can start targeting the black pawn in the center. What I do like right now is that she's playing a bit quicker, isn't she? Like, if I check the move timer for the last couple of moves, 24 seconds, 3 minutes 30, 1 minute 50, 1 minute 30, 20 seconds, 4 minutes 12. Yeah, no, she's spending a bit too much time. She needs to make every move within like a minute max. Her opponent has been spending 214, 319, 226. So he's spending like an average of 2.5 minutes per move. So Andrea needs to play on an average of 1 minute per move. The next, I want to say 10 moves, and then she's going to have the time advantage. And that's going to put a lot more pressure on him. Because right now, he's not seeing any way to win this game, because frankly, there aren't any ways to win this game. But we need him to kind of both be panicked about how am I going to win this, while at the same time being stressed about his time. We need to hit him with a double press, double stress. There are ways for Andrea to lose it though. Oh, there certainly is. But at this point, you're more likely to lose because you make a mistake in time trouble than you are to lose because you didn't understand the nuance of some very nuanced thing. So, my recommendation right now, just play quick. Just what is the difference between these two squares for the king? That's what Andrea's now spending a minute on. And she's got to just chill out, stop doing that, and just move. That being said, this is actually a bad move because then the knight can maneuver to this square. So don't do that. Go to e3. Much better. Okay, actually it does matter where she goes. Never mind. Forget everything I just said. She needs to go to this square. Avoid checks from the knight. Just move, but not bad moves. Essentially, yes. Okay, but she's now spending like 3 minutes on this move, and she started out only having 10 minutes. So, yeah, time is going to be a massive problem. And the more time you spend on these not necessarily life-changing decisions, the less time you're going to have when the stakes are really high and your king is tucked in towards the edge of the board. And you only have one key move to survive. At least here, like, she can make inaccuracies. Like, this is not great. I'd rather she didn't do it, but it's not the end of the world. And it's like, you can go here, you can go here. This is fine. Here, preferably not, but, you know, if you do it, we'll find some way to live with it. But the time is just the main thing here. She needs to go a lot quicker. We could have another hour left in this game. They still have 25 minutes left on the clock. So that's 25 minutes. And then if they play another, let's say 70 moves from here, that's an additional 70 minutes. So we could easily have another hour and a half left in this game. And the shops close in an hour and a half. Oh, damn it. Andrea, I need to go to the shop after the game. Could you make sure to not play a 120 move game? Stream from your phone? Yeah, that sounds about right. Let me just pop to the shop. She got the green star for her move. Her opponent gives another check. Ooh, this is what we like to see. Let's go, Andrea. She finally decided where she wanted to put her king, and she made her move with pretty much without thinking. Honestly, that one is so important. We just need a couple of really quick decisions, and that's going to make things so much easier. Because he has no idea what he's doing. As long as his clock is ticking, he has no idea what to do next. He's really struggling to find a good plan. So as long as Andreas stays above like 6-7 minutes, it's not like he's gonna find a good plan. Damn it, he found a good plan. Computer has actually been talking about this move for some time now. So Computer wants him to reroute his rook to this square in order to protect this pawn. I guess essentially what he wants to do is put the rook on d6 so that the rook is protecting both the pawns at the same time. And then you start moving your king up and move the pawn up. It's kind of weird, but apparently it's decent. Andrea, how about you move your king up? Andrea, we do not have time for you spending time here. Like, seriously. She needs to move. As a general rule, you want your king to be as high up the board as possible. When the guy is no longer stopping you from moving your king up, you move your king up. We have to establish that as a ground rule. Because you don't have time for these thinking. If you're going to think 3 minutes every time he makes an unexpected move, you're going to lose on time. So right now, this is not the critical decision for you to make. You gotta just move your king up. He's gone and she's still not moving. He's moving away. Is he going to the bathroom? Sometimes I get up from my board just to provoke my opponent into moving. But in this case, he's provoking her into moving when we want her to make a move. Like, she spent 4 minutes already on this. You don't have 4 minutes to spend. It's not that complicated. When you have the ability to move your king closer to the action, you move the king closer to the action. Oh, Andrea. Please just make a move. Oh, you just know she's going to lose because of some blunder when she has 30 seconds left. And it's going to be like, did you really need to spend 4 minutes on deciding which one of the three squares you could move your king to? Okay, how's the time? Are the clock correct? Yeah, I think it's correct. She spent... Wow, she spent 2 minutes 56 on that move. It felt like 6 minutes. My sense of time is really completely out there, huh? It felt like an eternity. It was less than 3 minutes. It felt like an hour. I mean, not an hour, but definitely quite a bit. Okay, who's taking video in the background? Is that Dina? It is a person with a fancy hat. Does feel like Dina. Dina wants to know when Andrea can come out to play. She has to sit here defending this endgame down 2 pawns for another hour. Time goes by so slowly. Time goes by so slowly. You're gonna learn why I was banned from singing. Isn't this a rip for Andrea? No, she's got good chances to make a draw. Her opponent has no idea how to make progress. He's really been struggling. Magnus was right. He often is, yeah. He's losing it. I really am. I really, really, really am. But at least now we're approaching the exciting point. But these minutes after move 40, I gotta admit, I hate them so much. When the players got additional time and they just end up thinking forever in a position where you know everything's gonna be decided when someone gets low on time and blunders. So why can't we just skip to the point when you get low on time and see which one of you makes the blunder? Looking like Anakamling's first game today, 98 moves. This is going to be way more than 98 moves. Unless someone does something stupid. What move are they on? They're on move 54. So actually, like by move 20, they were already in a really... an endgame with very few pieces left. But for the last 15 moves, they've just been shuffling around. $140 moves, so let's go. My record at the Reykjavik Open is a game that lasted, I think, 141. How is her rating so low? I don't know. We didn't know she was this good, though. I think Andrea has surprised a lot of people with her performances. I'm not allowed to say it, but there is a chance she might overtake Alexandra. How long did that match go? Oh, the one lasting 141 moves. I just remember that everyone else had left, including most of the organizers. And then, like, one organizer was still there. To drive me back. Oh, guys. You guys started spamming and I thought Alexandra had caught me. But she's not in chat. Clip it. Alexandra has better things to do than watch BotezLive clips. She's got people for that, YouTube editors and whatnot. I'm fine. Okay, so he moved his rook to d8. Andrea, why are we moving the bishop out of position? Why? Why? Ironically, this move she spent 23 seconds. Do I have to praise her for making quick decisions? Or can I be unhappy that she's moving away from this pressure on the pawn? I'm a bit torn about this. How is this move the one you don't spend any time on, and then you spend 3 minutes walking your king up the board? I don't get it. Okay, so now apparently black is winning again. Because you can maneuver the knight to e6, where it's protecting this pawn from the side, and it's enabling the pawn to move up in the middle. So apparently preventing black from getting the knight to e6 was one of our main things to do. And we kind of just failed that task. So don't play knight g5, please. That would be mightily appreciated. Knight g5 and you don't even have the king up. Yeah. Knight g5 makes a lot of sense, which is kind of a problem. Because that makes it more obvious. The good news is that he's spending so much time. He might be yeah, he's behind. He's about to be behind on time now. So we're getting to that point with the time scramble, and then, you know, anything could happen. How many games are still going? Probably a couple. You can see like 2-3 games in the background. I'm really amazed this is the move she plays quickly. And then all the king moves, she's taking her sweet time. Ooh, he's going for the rook. He went for the rook. I mean, this was clearly his plan. And now, if we move back, knight g5 now. So apparently, if we move the rook back, now we're well placed to face this knight g5, because the king can't get away from these checks without moving to the square where the knight wants to go, and then we can position ourselves against this pawn again. So rook b1. Rook b1 is the move here, but that's going to be difficult to find. Never mind. That is, of course, what Andrea will do. And now knight g5 is not good anymore. He played king e6. So Andrea could move her bishop back to d4, and then she could move her king over here. So she got another opportunity to put her bishop in the center. She was wrong to move the bishop away, but now she can correct that mistake. And then after bishop here, if the guy tries to start giving checks, then she's able to move her king up here. And then it's a draw. It's quite clearly a draw. Or is it? I guess nothing here is really clear. but within solid margins. Just put the bishop back in the middle, Andrea, and also don't spend this much time. I guess we're not really that concerned anyway, because right now he put his king where he wanted to have his knight. So there's no way for black to really do this knight maneuvering anyway. So probably Andrea can do whatever she wants and it's still okay. Like move the rook up here, no one cares. Yeah. So actually any move is good. Except spending 3 minutes on a decision. So when every move is good, that's where you want to make a quick decision. Because you're going to get some tough choices later down the road. And you'd prefer to have like a 3-minute buffer for those moments. But how do we know that any move is good here? Yeah, I suppose that's the issue, isn't it? Yeah, sometimes you just gotta trust your instinct. I don't know. Or if you have like a clear way to improve your pieces. I mean this. We just want her to go bishop d4. Is bishop d2 drawing? No. If black manages to trade knight for bishop, then Andrea loses. Andrea needs to trade her bishop for the 2 black pawns. The 2 black pawns are more valuable than the knight at the moment because the pawns can become queens and the knight cannot. She's really taking her sweet time here. Yeah, we can't even celebrate that she made the right move because she made it too slow. And the time she spent on the move is more important than whether she played the best move or the 4th best move. I was really hoping to see her make some quick decisions in a row. Because soon she's gonna have to make them. There's just no choice. Just move the king over. Get it done. Quick and dirty. Oh, actually, the guy's gonna sack his rook. I didn't realize before now. He's gonna play rook f3. That's a bit of a problem, no? Computer's saying this is a draw. Ooh, bishop b2. That's beautiful. Bishop b2 and it's a draw because the knight is trapped. Bishop b2, she would probably see if she had 5 minutes left, but not with 3 minutes left. If only she'd been a bit quicker. Okay, king e3 on the board. Bishop b2 is not that hard to find. It's not hard to find when you have the position in front of you. But do you find it when you have to make the decision of whether to take the black rook? That's the question. And probably you don't. because you have an alternative to move your king away. Ye of little faith. I just find that it's... my mood swings less when I'm constantly pessimistic. I can be happy about the good things. And when the bad things happen, it was just, you know, as expected. I'm always at peace with the fact she's gonna lose due to time pressure. Oh, he didn't even go for the trick. Seriously, why wouldn't you go for the trick? Oh, but damn it, this is actually quite good. Oh no, this is better. Oh, that's not great. So if we go up here, yeah, that's game over. So king f4 now just loses the game. And he's keeping the rook here to make sure there's no checks. Okay, computer's saying Andrea needs to find rook e1, but that's an impossible move to find. Basically, she needs to go rook e1 because what she wants to do is king here, knight here, and then check and get the king out of position. But she can't move king here because then the rook will win due to the pressure on the bishop and on the king. If the king moves back, then you have the fork. So in order to get the situation you want, you need to go rook here so that now if the knight, for instance, tries to double attack, then you respond with a check and a threat against the knight in return. And similarly, if the knight moves up here, then we get the position we wanted in the first place. But other than rook e1 now, she loses. Yeah, this is the problem. This is such a tricky position. You're always going to stumble into something where you have to find some freaky defensive idea. Okay, this is not the end of the world. Unless... computer doesn't understand that if we trade knight for bishop, that's winning for black. But apparently we can't escape here from the knight. Actually, I'm being too pessimistic. This is not over at all. She gets a question mark, but like... she's not having to trade the bishop for the knight, so it's probably fine. The guy's going to get his knight to the e5 square, but we can probably live with that. So he's going to go knight c4 check. We're going to move the king. He's going to go knight e5. Maybe we go like rook d1. This is not the end of the world, right? Ooh, this is the end of the world. That's checkmate. How did that happen? Out of nowhere, the white king has suddenly ended up in some kind of checkmating net, where every square next to the king is actually under control. How did that happen? Oh, it's because the knight got here. Yeah, actually, Andrea should move her king back. That's difficult to understand. She should actually keep her king. She should actually... no, she should maybe something like this. Like, have this king far away from this pawn and that hole. Stay away from this square. Okay, rook c6. Bishop moves away. How did Andrea end up being down to 1 minute? When did that happen? Is that like a fresh development? It happened in the last 5? Yeah. Go figure. While you were yammering? Yeah, sounds about right. Andrea's knight is kind of running out of squares. But we can go bishop here or rook here. It's fine. We're not losing the bishop. Rook a1 played. Andrea's knight. Oh, it's a bishop. Never mind. He's hallucinating. It's been a long day, okay? He's down to 3 minutes. I ran out of chocolate. I haven't had any sugary snacks today. And it's affecting my ability to concentrate. Hangry hammer? Not angry, like more frustrated. Unenergized. No carrots? I have had a couple of carrots, yeah. $50 rule update. I am forbidding any 50 move rule update until the black pawns are off the board. Before we've managed to take out the pawns, we are not paying any attention to the 50 move rule. I mean, now they're both less than 2 minutes. This is getting interesting. This is kind of getting interesting. Andrea's not been playing pretty well. There's not been any like massive mistakes so far. And it's gonna happen. Right now, it's a question, who has the most energy after a 12-hour chess day? They woke up at 8 a.m. to get ready for a 9 a.m. round. Actually, thinking about it, probably Andrea. Well, 8 a.m., I think that's a fair estimate. And that is 13 hours ago. Okay. This is a trick for everyone. When a knight gives a check on your king, if you place your king 2 squares diagonally from the knight, that is the square where it will now take the most time for the knight to get to the king or to check the king. So if you go here, it's easier for the knight, even though it's further away, it's easier for the knight to give a check there. So 2 squares diagonally from the knight, that's always going to be the perfect placement for your king. Okay, he's messing up right now. We can give this check. It allows the king to move up, but then we have bishop here. Okay, this is an instant draw. If Andrea finds this, it's an instant draw. She can give a check and then use her bishop to blockade the rook. And if the rook tries to give a check from the other side, then her bishop can coordinate together with the rook against this f6 pawn. Okay, she made the check. Good first step. He's down. Andrea is up on time for the first time in this entire game. Her opponent is thinking about going up. And he went up. He went up. Now bishop here is a draw. It's a draw. He's actually in Zugzwang. If she plays bishop b6, he has no good moves. She's threatening going here. He cannot go back because then he loses. He can go rook here to try and stop the bishop. But then the bishop can return, and this check is annoying. Yeah. Bishop b6 with the plan, bishop d8, bishop takes f6. That's a draw. She didn't find it. I mean, it's still a draw. It's just more difficult. But yeah, moving the bishop would have been very good because it restricts the movement of the black rook. And now the black rook can move up and be annoying. Andrea would know a thing or two about that. I just couldn't help myself. It was lying right there. It's like... Knight d6. That's not a good move. Now Andrea can get her bishop into the center and she can get her rook pointing in here. Bishop back to d6. Good move. No, bishop back to d4. There's no reason not to do it. She's doing it. What's the time situation? Let me refresh the board. He has about a minute left. King goes back. She can move the rook up to put pressure in along the 6th rank. Seems kind of good. Wait, where are we on the 50 move rule, by the way? He's really not making any progress. Last pawn, last capture or pawn being moved is 38. We need an additional 27 moves. Okay, that's not gonna happen. Okay, rook a6. Rook d7 is the only move to avoid an immediate draw. Oh, I didn't realize how effective it was going to be to move that rook up. What happens if f5? Oh, apparently this is just a draw because black can never get away from the pin. Oh, and he did it! He played f5! Bishop c5 now is just a draw. He can never get out of the pin. So no more counting pawn moves because the clock just reset. But bishop c5 is a draw. Bishop c5 has been played. Rook d7, the only defensive move. And now king up, and it's a draw. She just has to make sure that this king cannot step up and get away. So she needs to move the king up. King to the side is also good. Actually, king to the side is even better. Because now if the king moves up, then the bishop gives the check, forces the king back, and we're at the same point. And the difference, oh, not right now, chess.com. And the difference is that king e3, the reason it's even better is because she's also preventing the black pawn from moving forward. That was excellent. Rook steps back, and now king up. Pawn sacrifices itself, and then we take the pawn. And we got this under control. So black is going to manage to untangle from this pressure, but the only way he can do so is by giving up one of his pawns. And then, of course, our ability to make the draw is much easier. Oh, why is it... Okay, we'll do a replay of this. The double question mark. Oh, it wasn't a double this time. King f4 has been played. Her opponent has to play d4. Okay, he moves the rook up. Is he giving up? Andrea can just move her rook back and forth now. She moves the king back. Okay. And they make a draw. They make a draw. Andrea saves the game. Down 2 pawns, but she survives. What a performance. What a resilience. I wasn't sure she was going to make this. Especially when she was so low on time, but that was great. And especially this king to e3 move was very, very good. In the time trouble, anything could happen. And what happened was Andrea makes a draw against a titled player, 2,273. This is by far the highest rated player she's ever gotten a point against. There can't be any doubt about that. And I get to go to the store. Winners all around. Except Alexandra, who is now facing the very real possibility that her baby sister knocks her out of the Chess Olympiad Canada team. She said yesterday 2070 was the highest. Well, no, that was the highest she's beaten. So she doesn't get full marks for a draw, but it's still a good achievement. It's breaking new boundaries, which is always good. Okay, there goes the camera. Hopefully she's hurrying to get to the call. Wait, what? Let's go, Andrea. Let's go. Andrea made the world proud right now. Honestly, what she just did was legitimately difficult. Down 2 pawns, having to kind of just stay alive and then take the opportunity when it presented itself. Very, very nice performance from her. Oh, my bad. You don't get to see that. Cole, I'm waiting for her to call in. She's probably still soaking in all the glory. Talking about her game with her opponent. Benzea, proud coach in the chat. Have you ever managed to draw being 2 pawns down? I don't know. Probably, but I can't remember off the top of my head. Well, actually, yeah, no, I remember. I actually almost won being 2 pawns down. That was freaky. I was supposed to win. And messed up. Hammer loves a cheeky flex. You know it, Willie. You know. How much will her rank go up? Good question. A significant amount. Andrea will win like 8 rating points on this game. Is anyone keeping track of what Andrea's rating is? She's got to be very close to 1900 now. How much did she win in Prague? So far, she won. So she gained 8.4 today. And so far, she's won 26 points in Reykjavik. About 40 points in Prague. So 40 plus 25 plus 26. Tomorrow she might get it. I think she needs to win tomorrow. Well, actually, it's pronounced Reykjavik. It is in Norwegian, and since Icelandic is kind of like old Norwegian, I'm just pronouncing it in my own language. I don't really know how they pronounce it in Iceland.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, let me put my camera. Go. All right, hello chat. I can't read you guys. I'm alive. I've lived 1,000 lives.
Chat is very excited.
I don't know if I'm sad. I'm not. I feel like very unsad. Okay, I mean a draw is good. I don't know what the hell I did in the opening. Like I definitely rushed. There was a lot going on. It was a very chaotic beginning of the game. And then I feel like my endgame technique had to be extremely flawed, but you know what, he couldn't beat me, so that's all that matters. But I'm sure I made like 100 mistakes.
Sure, but so did he, and it's not that easy to play perfectly. And as far as kind of fighting go, you really fought very well to manage to hold on there.
Yeah. No, that was such a long game. I was like counting the moves until the 50 move rule.
I'm honest.
Did he have a win? Huh?
I'm honestly surprised the game wasn't longer. I thought you were gonna have to defend like a rook and knight versus a rook.
Shit.
Were you thinking about that?
I thought he was gonna go. Yeah, he kind of goofed up at the end. I thought he won and then make me play, which I don't even know if I would have been able to pull that off.
Yeah, we're only hearing like half the things you say.
Let me turn my Wi-Fi off. Okay, is this better?
Maybe.
Testing. I was saying that if he would have gave me that second pawn and went into the knight, rook, and pawn endgame, I don't even know if I would have been able to pull it off. But
yeah, well, at the end you didn't really have to, right? Because he would need to give up one pawn and then.
Well, no, at the end, but like earlier, I think I made. I don't know if there was like a easier system or if it was really just like figure it out as you go. I'm assuming like. At first, I thought I made a mistake letting his king pass the 5th rank, and then I realized it didn't really matter. And I'm assuming the formation's just like your bishop and king in the center, and then use the rook to guard off the king. But I was afraid he was going to sack that pawn before he brought his king backwards. And then I was going to have to play against his passed pawn with the knight and bishop.
Yeah, I'm kind of speculating what you're saying, but something like this.
Oh, can you still not hear me?
No, I'm trying to understand, kind of recreate what you're talking about on the board.
Oh, yeah, I can't see shit. So.
Yeah.
Okay, opening. So he definitely, like, I wasn't expecting him to play the Grunfeld. And then with the H5 line, I always know if you castle, it's a mistake, and then I pushed, and then I took, and then I ended up playing, like, the same line that I'm supposed to do when they have H5 on the board, which is Queen D2 against Queen A5, and then Queen takes, and then usually you go, like, Bishop D3, Queen takes C5. Was Knight A4 the best move, or what was that?
Knight A4 was the best move, but then you're already kind of in trouble, right? Because you have no central control.
Okay, so I definitely fucked up the opening then. But at least Knight A4 was good.
I think personally, I feel like maybe Knight F3 was a mistake.
Yeah.
Because
I played. Yeah.
You lose out on the possibility to go F3 and G4.
Yeah. Well, so I should have started with Queen D2.
Queen D2, and then maybe like F3, and you try to go G4, and then you have some possibilities of going Queen to H2 to attack down the H file. And then you also prevent his knight from ever getting to E4, and you prevent his bishop from getting to F5. So you're kind of limiting his development while also going for the attack. But
can you tell me the line one more time? My head is blank.
It would be like D takes C5.
Yeah.
Knight C6, and then Queen D2 there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was silly of me. I played. It's always when I play too quickly. It's just because like I relied on my like memorized lines and like move order for that usually doesn't matter.
I mean, the computer doesn't really like my suggestion too good, but okay. I guess my point is more that that would create some difficulties for him. Whereas what happened in the game, he was kind of the one calling the shots and having the central control.
Yeah. All right.
I think probably what's really happening, because you had the same opening in the last round in Prague, right?
Yeah, with the Grunfeld. I don't think he prepped it. He seemed really lost at the beginning.
Yeah, no, he definitely wasn't in his prep. But I do think that maybe, even though allowing H5 is considered a mistake, I'm not actually convinced, based on these two games you played, both in Prague and here, Black was better after like 15 moves in both of those games. So I'm not sure it's actually that bad for Black to castle. It looks not great opening up for the white rook along the edge of the board, but Black has really good central control in return.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. I need to go over that line. Anyways, we're almost at dinner, which is closing in 8 minutes, so I'm gonna grab some food before it's too late. But any other main takeaways from the game?
No, not really. I think you fought well. Chat is being spammed about a message from Alexandra that you need to get to dinner.
Oh, shit.
Because, well, clearly you were aware that it was going to close soon, so.
Yeah, I know it's closing in 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have a good meal.
All right.
Congratulations on the draw. Is this the highest rated player you've made a draw against?
For sure. I don't think, well, okay, maybe when I was like a young kid, a young talent, I'm sure I drew some I beat a FIDE master when I was like 15, but I don't think he wasn't FIDE. Yeah, I guess not FIDE master, FM. So American master. So actually he might be the highest rated draw.
Yeah. Well, congratulations. It was well fought, and you kind of deserve to get something out of it, staying alive through that two pawn down endgame.
Oops, my video. The entire time my thought process was like, I can't wait to play this 4-hour game just to lose. So I'm glad that at least squeezed the draw. Didn't give up.
I didn't know you had that mentality in you to think such thoughts.
Yeah, no, I was trying really hard. I didn't know I did either.
Okay, but you survived. We're gonna give you time to rush to the dinner.
Yeah, okay, no.
And send a raid.
Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. I can't read chat right now, but we will be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. PT, and hopefully we cheese some more titled players. I'm gonna ask Alex about it again. I'm not gonna ask on stream, but I'll ask her. But thank you, Hammer, for the commentary as always.
Yeah.
Hello.
No, I'm listening. I just didn't think you were done.
I was done.
Okay.
That's all.
Congrats, Andrea. Okay. Good luck tomorrow. You're probably going to get another tough opponent, so that's cool.
I'm going to take him down until they put me against Ivanchuk.
Yes.
I want to play Ivanchuk.
Are you going to get the black pieces tomorrow?
Ah, shit. Yeah, but listen, we dominated with black today, so I believe.
Okay.
Okay.
We believe. Dinner. It's going to turn around. Alexandra's going to start winning some white games, and Andrea's going to start winning some black games.
Okay. All right. Bye, chat. See you guys later.
Bye.
Bye, Hammer. Thank you.
And that was Andrea, and we're going to raid Anna Rudolph. We'll be back tomorrow. Please note that it's a different starting time than it's been for some of the games. Tomorrow's round is at 4 p.m. local time. That's 5 p.m. Central European, noon Eastern, and 2 a.m. Pacific. Bye.